We're going to ask everyone to go ahead and get to your seats now so we can go ahead and get started.
Trying to get to all the sponsors.
Okay, so just to get us started, I wanted to, thank everybody for coming today, and to thank all of our sponsors for today's events. Our 2025 sponsors are Charter Communications Spectrum, Manick & Smith, Klaus Construction, and BG Economic Development. Our presenting sponsor this year, for third year in a row I should say, is Charter Communications Spectrum. So Brian Young, Director of Government Affairs from Charter Communications Spectrum, will be presenting our opening welcome with a short video from Spectrum.
What if you never had to worry about what you could do? Because you could do anything. What if all the things that get in your way were gone? So the only thing left was possibility. If anywhere created centers everywhere, and boundaries only existed to be pushed. If every single drop of potential could be made real. So the only limit you faced was how big you could dream. And say you knew there were like almost 100,000 people across the country, right in your town, committed to making that happen. Every day. What would you do then? Some pretty cool stuff, I bet. Yeah, that'd be some life. That'd be life unlimited.
Good morning, everyone. As Nichole said, I'm Brian Young, Director of Government Affairs for Charter Communications. Most people know us better as Spectrum, the internet, cable, phone, and home phone company. And we're pleased again to be the sponsor again for the state of the region. This is really an important conference for our company because Spectrum provides broadband services in all 31 counties that is represented by the Center for Regional Development. So our company plays a vital role in communications throughout this region. During last year's event, the focus was on broadband, and I wanted to share with you one important development since our last meeting. Spectrum has been awarded additional broadband expansion grants from the state of Ohio, covering locations in 9 counties here in the CRD footprint: Ashland, Defiance, Erie, Fulton, Henry, Logan, Lucas, Williams, and Wood counties. Currently, Spectrum has active rural broadband expansion projects happening in 27 of the 31 CRD counties, bringing broadband services to unserved or underserved homes and small businesses, places where there is currently poor or no broadband availability. Also important to note is that while Spectrum has received some grant funding in many of these project areas, our company is contributing a significant private investment in building this fiber network throughout Northwest Ohio. It is definitely a collaboration of public grant money, local supports from many governments that are represented in the room today, and many other groups represented here today, including the CRD. I saw several folks from RGP and many other groups that we've worked with, and along with the private investment and long-term management of these properties by Spectrum that will provide a communications infrastructure to allow for all of the applications and unlimited opportunities that all of our presenters are going to talk about today. So again, on behalf of Spectrum, we appreciate being a sponsor of the State of the Region again this year. It's now my pleasure to introduce the 12th president of Bowling Green State University, and the first BGSU alumnus to serve as president, President Rodney K. Rodgers. Thank you.
Brian, thank you very much. I'm going to move this. Oh, maybe I won't move it up. Here, I'll just do this. Okay. Brian, thank you very much. And we greatly appreciate Spectrum's support of this conference, the 23rd annual State of the Region Conference. So for almost a quarter of a decade, quarter of a century, we've been working on this approach. And I want to thank all of you for being here. Obviously, you are very interested in the health of our region, the economic health of our region, to make sure that we thrive, continue to thrive, certainly in this region. I want to start by certainly thanking Dr. Nichole Fifer. Dr. Fifer, thank you for your leadership for the Center of Regional Development and all of your staff. Give her a round of applause. It's a lot of work. And Dining and everybody else that gets involved in putting this conference on, thank you. And thank you all for taking time out of your very busy schedules to be here. You know, this conference, I think it's an important conference for our region. And this year's focus, which is on workforce innovation, creating a collaborative regional ecosystem to support an inclusive economy, is incredibly important for every one of us. Maybe perhaps more important than ever. With advances in technology, faster and quicker advances, the need for innovation and collaboration is becoming even more critical for our industries, certainly for our workforce, and certainly for the region and the state. Today we have several elected officials with us, and I want to make sure I acknowledge those individuals. Senator Tricia Gavarone. Senator Gavarone, I know, was here earlier. Yeah. Oh, right over there. She's waving. It's the lights. You know, the energy grid. We had to bring the lights down. No, I'm joking about that. Okay, so Tricia, thank you so much for being here. We also have Representative Josh Williams, who's going to make some comments in a few minutes. I'll introduce him in just a second. And then we also, and they were scheduled to be here, but Representative Hoops, Representative Click, and Representative Grimm. Are you here yet? Maybe not quite yet. And then the mayor of the city of Bowling Green, I want to make sure I acknowledge Mike Osbacher. Mayor Osbacher's here somewhere, I believe. He's a great partner, right back there. Thank you for being here. Today, you know, we're going to hear a lot of speakers, and I love this brochure. Very creative, don't you think? I opened it up and I saw all those great faces, and I thought, wow, whoever did that? Nice innovation. I love this, okay? But we're going to hear from these speakers the importance of innovation and collaboration, certainly in the state's regional economy. And you know, I'm struck that we're having this conversation on a college campus. You know, there's a lot of discussion about higher ed and the future of higher ed and, you know, the value proposition of higher education. And while I certainly agree that higher education needs to continue to evolve and to change, we must not lose sight of how significant of a role, I think, education plays in our economy and certainly in our state. Not only in lifelong learning, but in driving innovation in how we think and approach the world around us. The jobs of today, the workforce needs of today, the training needed today very well may not exist in the future. So how does higher education, particularly public higher education, innovate to ensure our students and graduates are prepared for whatever is ahead? Whatever is ahead, not necessarily just the jobs of today, but the jobs of tomorrow, that innovation. And I believe higher ed plays an incredibly important role to empower students to make sure they know how to learn. It's kind of having the right academic programs. It's finding innovative and creative partners for higher education. And it's collaborating certainly within our entire educational and industrial ecosystem. But at its core, It's about empowering students to learn. Because learning never ends. It's just the beginning. We are proud, certainly at Bowling Green, to be an economic driver for our region, $3.2 billion economic impact, according to Lightcast, each year at Bowling Green State University. That is done because of great faculty and staff at this institution and our students who are highly involved and engaged. It's important that we, though, continue to innovate, and at Bowling Green, we certainly have done that. We've added programs, grown programs in aviation. We've added programs in engineering and manufacturing engineering. We've grown programs in computer science, software engineering, and healthcare, the BSN program, the largest enrolled BSN program in Northwest Ohio now, to meet the needs of our region. Certainly it's driving enrollment, it's bringing more students from out of state that will come to this state and I hope stay in this great state that we have. We want to make sure that we continue to drive partnerships, and anyone here that is interested in partnerships, we're here. We want to find win-win opportunities. More internship co-ops, absolutely, but how else can we work together to make sure that your workforce, to make sure your organization is a learning organization? How do we partner with you? We're very interested. And we want to thank the Clean Hub for career design and connections and all the work that they do. We're also driving innovation with faculty researchers, working on all sorts of projects that companies have asked us to be a part of. And that includes partnering with the Northwest Ohio Innovation Consortium, the Center to Advanced Manufacturing. President Dion Somerville is here. The president of Owens Community College is a key partner for that Center to Advanced Manufacturing. And of course, the Workforce Coalition led by the Center for Regional Development. You know, our work is collaborative. We are stronger. We're more successful when we work together. I think we all know that. And when you hear that, you'll hear that from our speakers and our panelists today, who's going to provide some insights on how we move this region forward aggressively and continue to build on the vibrancy that we have. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce someone who's got a very deep understanding of service and workforce development and innovation. State Representative Josh Williams. Representative Williams represents Northwest Ohio's 44th House District, which includes parts of Wood and Lucas counties. Representative Williams has been a champion for innovative pathways to a college education for underserved populations and adult learners. He has a deep understanding of the role education plays in workforce development, and he is absolutely an advocate for innovation in how we approach education for the future of our state. He's a strong supporter of the Individual Micro-Credential Assistant Program, IMAP, to foster continued and lifelong learning. And we are proud that Bowling Green is the only public university approved by the state of Ohio to be a trainer provider for IMAP. And we look forward to these continued sort of collaborations with leaders like Representative Williams to continue to support Ohio's education. So now, while Representative Williams does not have a degree from Bowling Green, his wife does, okay? And she is a Bowling Green alumna. And certainly, Josh, thank you. You've been to campus several times to learn more about the work that we do here, our academic programs, the innovations that we're driving at this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, honored to present to you and to introduce Representative Josh Williams.
Well, as the president politely pointed out, I'm not a Falcon. So I first have to apologize that I'm a proud University of Toledo Rocket. But I married into the Falcon family, so I may not be an alumni, but I consider myself a BGSU in-law. So first, I just want to applaud BGSU and the cooperation that they've had with my office and invited me out here several times. Workforce development is super important to me. See, my life changed when I found education. So I'm a homeless high school dropout. I got injured at the railroad and was disabled for 6 years and laid in bed and had 40 procedures on my spine, and eventually made my way out. And my life changed when I got introduced to the idea of workforce development, right? Vocational rehabilitation. And I was supposed to go to UT for just 2 years and get an associate's degree. And when I hit that campus, and I got exposed to higher education, and I got to get in rooms and have conversations and talk about politics and talk about policy, I fell in love with education. And I never really stopped. And in 5 years, I earned 3 degrees from the University of Toledo, including my Juris Doctorate. I didn't take a semester off. I fell in love with it. It was my passion. So when I got to Columbus, my #1 goal was easier access to education. And I met with BGSU early in my career. And I was concentrating on the IMAP program, the Individual Micro-Credential Assistance Program that was underutilized here in the state of Ohio. And when I met with President, it was interesting when I told him, I'm like, hey, we don't have an IMAP provider within 200 miles of Toledo, but there's $25 million invested every year and we're not taking advantage of it. And why isn't BGSU a provider? And the look on his face when he looked at his staff and said, we're gonna fix that. And within a couple months, I'm just in my office in Columbus and I'm scrolling IMAP again, and who do I see right at the top? But BGSU. He never even called to tell me that they had got credentialed with the state of Ohio. They just did it. That collaboration meant a lot. It meant a lot to me that they listened to ideas openly. They want to innovate. They were not scared of change. I had met with UT and Lords and a lot of other schools who were scared of change, and BGSU embraced it. And now we're trying to introduce a program to make it where every public university, every community college becomes IMAP approved, and I'm trying to double the amount of money being invested in IMAP. And it started right here at BGSU, willing to work in collaboration with me and see how easy that transition was to where I know that institutions of higher learning can embrace it. And the goal is, you never know. Back when I first got engaged, you had to be low income in order to get IMAP. Quietly, we made it where every Ohioan, including 16 and 17-year-olds, are able to get IMAP, right? A little 6-month credential to go and become a fiber optic technician so you can make sure that Spectrum can expand broadband into the rest of the state of Ohio, right? Little credential investments like that from the state of Ohio. And when we did those changes, I said, man, we're only investing in people that are low income. But what about that person working $30,000 a year, $40,000 a year? But if we retrain them over just a couple weeks or months, maybe they're making $70,000 or $80,000 a year, and that opens up a new job for upward mobility and climbing a socioeconomic ladder. And that's exactly what we're starting to see in the state of Ohio. Now, I'll openly tell you guys the state of Ohio sucks at advertising. Not a lot of people know these credentials are available. Government comes up with all these programs that make us feel warm and fuzzy that we created them, and then we suck at getting the news out. So it's important to have BGSU as one of our partners that are advertising the use of these credentials. And you never know, that 30-year-old that was married, that never thought he would go to college, is gonna step on this campus in the pursuits of a micro-credential, and he's gonna fall in love with education. And your next doctor, your next lawyer, your next engineer is gonna be a non-traditional start college student that started because BGSU embraced change. And that's good partnership. And with that, I thank you guys, and have a great conference.
Thank you again, Representative Williams, for your comments. I appreciate that. Welcome everyone again to the 23rd Annual State of the Region Address. For those of you who have been here before, you know that this is the part where we give you the update on our annual economic conditions. I am Nichole Fifer. I am the Director of the Center for Regional Development, and I want to just give you a little bit of background on who we are at the Center for Regional Development before we dive into that part. So at the Center for Regional Development, our job is to provide service to our service region as defined by the EDA. We are an EDA University Center. You may have heard that said a couple of times this morning, which means essentially that we have been designated by the Economic Development Administration to provide technical assistance and support to our economic and community development organizations in this part of the state of Ohio. We are a partner with Ohio University in providing this work. CRD sees itself predominantly as a partner and capacity builder, a neutral facilitator in helping you as community and economic development professionals to move this community forward and to do whatever it is that you do better. We serve as a data analytics provider, a facilitator and convener, a community engagement partner, a community needs assessment provider, and a program evaluator in this work. I, of course, don't do this work alone. Dr. Rodgers already said thanks to my team, but I want to call that out. So I work with a team of 5 professionals here at the Center for Regional Development, Vijaya Desigi, Maddie Mennick, Ben Hooper, Lisa Lawson, Vanessa Oz, and a myriad of graduate students who are here today making all of this happen. That wonderful program that is very innovative was made by a BGSU student, our graphic design intern Maya, who's also in the program. So everything that you see here has been touched by a BGSU student in some way, right? Always helping our students to learn and become better along as we do our work. To the State of the Region address. So, we are gathered here today with the primary objective as part of this 23-year tradition of updating ourselves on the economic and workforce conditions of our region. But we are also here to think about workforce innovation as the title of our conference. So I would like us to think about this shared vision of how we create an innovative and inclusive regional economy. One that supports thriving communities, meaningful work, and growth across the region. We're here to think about, to review the data and to celebrate progress because you will see that we have good data. 2023 was a great year in economic data. 2024 data is exceptional. Our region has done well. We've seen lots of growth in a myriad of ways. But we also still have a myriad of challenges that we want to face together and to reflect upon. And we want to imagine where we can go from here to address those challenges. Northwest Ohio is a region that believes in partnership and that has grown in collaboration. And I believe that our collaboration as a region is what has made the data that you're going to see that progress, that growth happen. And so as we move through today's program and we see the example from Georgia AIM, and we hear about the work that's happening in NOHC and our Innovation Consortium, and we hear from our partners on the workforce panel. I think that we want to think about ways that we can continue to partner, collaborate, and innovate to move this region forward as we move together. Okay, so when I talk about the region, this is always an important point. So CRD's region is defined by the communities that we serve under the EDA University Center grant and also the Rural Universities program that our state legislators are always helping us to continue to support. This allows us to provide service to our community at low and reduced cost and allows the CRD to continue to survive. And so that region is defined by who we serve. And so when we say Northwest Ohio here, it actually really is now starting to be Northwest and Central Ohio. As you can see, our territory has grown to be quite large because there's only 3 EDA university centers in the state of Ohio, and so we have to cover relatively large territory across the 3 of us. It's us, OU, and Cleveland State, if you're wondering. So this is our region. It's 32 counties now because we've added Darke County. I don't know if our friends from Darke County are here today, but we've had a growing, there's Mike. We've had a growing, wonderful relationship with our friends down in Darke County. Thank you for making the trip up. And so now we have 32 counties that we are serving. Okay. Just a quick piece of academic housekeeping. Our data comes from mostly public sources. So you're looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Fed, LMI, the Ohio sources, but we also use some proprietary data tools that compile that public data for us and make some do some analysis, and so we have to give credit to those proprietary sources, and so we use Lightcast and Statistica. Whenever you see a data source that comes, or a piece of data that comes from one of those sources, it will be flagged as a Statistica or Lightcast data point. All right, so just diving into those regional economic indicators. The big picture, job growth has been strong across Ohio, particularly in counties like Wood, where we sit today, Delaware and Madison, with the manufacturing sector showing significant and notable gains. Wood County, for example, has seen manufacturing grow by 15% over the 5-year period. We do everything in a 5-year rolling average. And professional service growth has seen an astonishing 74% growth here in Wood County. It's pretty phenomenal. Gross regional product, GRP growth has also been impressive, led by counties like Lucas, Delaware, and Allen. These gains reflect robust performance across industries, including manufacturing, professional services, transportation, and warehousing. And these are vital pillars of our regional economy. So let's dive into the data. I love this slide. This is my favorite one in the entire deck because this shows you 5-year averages, 3 consecutive 5-year averages of job growth across the state of Ohio. So 2018 to 22, 19 to 23, and 20 to 24. The red counties projected in red saw job losses, counties projected in blue saw job gains, and the color of that gradient shows how strong those gains or losses were. And what you can see is just continual growth, right? As we moved past the pandemic to where we are today, we have just seen an upward trajectory in job growth. In the 18 to 22 picture, for instance, most of our counties saw losses. In 19 to 23, that trajectory obviously changed. We saw 34 of 88 counties with gains, and in this last 22 to 24, only 5 counties saw losses. So profound impacts over the last few years. Looking at the 2020 to 24 data specifically, taking a deeper dive, our top 5 counties for job gains are Franklin, Hamilton, Cuyahoga, Butler, and Wood. Franklin saw 45,944 jobs, that's a 6% increase. Hamilton, 28,128. Cuyahoga, 19,600. Butler, 13,471. Wood, 12,204. Wood was also the top gainer last year in last year's 5-year data. We saw the greatest percent increases in Madison, Piqua, Adams, and Athens. The range went up to 33%, so the largest job increase in a county in Ohio was 33% last year. When we look at Northwest Ohio, we see again just honing in on the number of counties with losses. We only see 3 with losses. Again, the vast majority have gains in the 32 county region. Looking at that data, Wood County comes in at top with 12,000 jobs, 12,204 at 17% gain, followed by Delaware with 11,762 with a 12% gain, and Madison with 6,393, a 33% gain. All of those counties that are highlighted in teal, the names in teal, are those counties that were also in the top 5 in last year's data analysis. Wood, Delaware, and Madison, I said that, were the last 3 last year, and we see the greatest percent increases also in Madison, Wood, Delaware, and Wyandotte. Wyandotte saw 11% job gains. When we switch over to look at the next three slides. We're going to hone in on those job gains by industry sector, our top three industry sectors being manufacturing, technical, scientific, and professional services, and then transportation and warehousing. Looking at manufacturing, which we know is a powerhouse for our region, we see that we have large manufacturing gains, again, in Wood County, Delaware, Auglaize, Huron, and Shelby. Wood County saw 1,921 jobs, 15% gain. Delaware, 1,133. Auglaize, 1,105. Huron, 865. Shelby, 776. The greatest percent increases there were in Putnam, Delaware, Van Wert, Defiance, and Huron counties, all seeing 16 to 19% increases in manufacturing. When we move over to technical and scientific services, the numbers, we see job growth across most of the region, albeit in somewhat smaller numbers than manufacturing. Madison and Wood counties, again, are in the top 5 for job gains this year. Delaware comes into the top, 604 jobs there, 8% gain. Wood, 369, 18% gain. Allen, 230, Logan, 176. So again, Wood County, I don't know what you're doing, Wade, but you've been a busy guy. When we move over to transportation and warehousing, we see, again, more modest gains, but significant improvement from last year. Last year we saw many more counties actually that had losses rather than gains in this particular sector. This year we see 18 counties with gains and only 14 counties with losses, so we see a relatively positive trajectory when it comes to transportation and warehousing. Madison County, Wood County, Union, and Lucas continue to be the top 4 counties when it comes to transportation warehousing job gains. We see 4,947 new jobs, transportation and warehousing, in Wood County, a 74% increase. Madison County, 4,661, 119% increase. These two are substantial outliers in comparison to the rest in terms of both numbers and percentages. Most of the counties are coming in, the average is around 20%. So Union, 352, Lucas, Union was 452, Lucas, 341, Defiance, 219 new jobs in transportation and warehousing. Moving over to GDP, so when we look at national GDP, Ohio is ranked 7th in the nation, so we have the 7th highest GDP in the nation, preceded by California, Texas, New York, Florida, Illinois, and Pennsylvania, same as the order of population. Ohio's GDP for 2023, we're always a year lagged on GDP data. The actual 2024 GDP data comes out today. So if we had this conference tomorrow, I'd be able to tell you for sure what 2024's GDP output was, but I can't tell you because it comes out this afternoon. But for 2023, and it looks like it's pretty good, but for 2023, our GDP was $709.8 billion. That's up from 2022, where we saw $638.9 billion. Overall, the entire year of 2024, the U.S. economy expanded by 2.8%, which is just slightly below what we saw for 2023, where the expansion was 2.9%. Either way, relatively good expansion there. This shows you your annual increases in GDP for the state of Ohio. This 2023's increase was 2.1%. Which is a significant bump from last year, where we only saw a 0.7% increase in GDP, which was a relatively small bump, but you have to see that you can see there it came right after the 2022 bump, which was our post-pandemic bump, which was our 2021, which was 5.4%, which was very large, right? So we had a dip, the pandemic, and then we had a relatively large bump, and so then we followed by a relatively small bump, and so 2.1 is a pretty good recovery there. When we look at the long-term longitudinal trend, right, we see that the state of Ohio has been a steady upward climb in GDP since the 2008 recession. When we look at GDP by industry for the state of Ohio, we see that finance, real estate, and leasing is our top GDP producer at $160 billion, but manufacturing is right up there, being our largest employer with $106 billion in GDP. So a pretty hard hitter. And then we've got professional and business services at $87 billion, government and government enterprise at $73 billion, and educational and healthcare services at $70 billion. So when we look at GRP growth, or gross regional product, then by county for the state of Ohio, we see that our top counties are Franklin, Cuyahoga, Hamilton, Summit, and Lucas. Again, those highlighted in teal were the same that we saw last year. Franklin bringing in $28 billion, Cuyahoga $24 billion, Hamilton 17, Summit 8.1, Lucas coming in at $7.1 billion. 32% increase for Lucas. Hamilton 28, Cuyahoga 27, or Franklin 28, Summit 28, Cuyahoga 27, Hamilton 24. Lucas at 5th place, 32%. We also saw great increases in GRP in Carroll County with a 67% increase, and Madison with a 51% increase. Holmes, Knox, Medina, Trumbull, Clinton, Noble, Allen, Paulding, and Fulton all saw GRP increases over 40%. When we look at top counties with GRP gains for our region, we see Lucas, Delaware, Wood, Allen, and Erie coming in at the top. Hancock drops off of the top 5 this year. They were up there last year, with Erie coming in at the bottom there. Lucas being number 1 with the $7.1 billion, Delaware 4.4, Wood 4.2 billion, Allen 2.3 billion, Erie 1.3. All right, moving into our top sectors then, manufacturing GRP gains. Lucas again, the top producer of GRP gains in manufacturing with $3.4 billion or 61% increase from over the 5-year period. Allen, $1.35 billion, 71% increase over the last 5 years. Wood with $576 million, a 34% increase over the last 5 years. Delaware, $504 million, a 52% increase. And Richland, $304 million, a 29% increase. Van Wert, Erie, and Erie counties also saw a GRP growth in manufacturing above 45%, which is significant. Moving on to professional technical services, top 5 gaining counties remain the same as last year with some reordering between Lucas and Union. Delaware County again had the largest GRP increase with $433 million, a 39% gain. The next closest in terms of gains was Lucas County with $283 million, followed by Union at $195 million. Wood and Allen come in with gains of $86 and $73 million respectively. Knox, Van Wert, Erie, Defiance, and Seneca all have gains over 40%. And finally, with transportation and warehousing GRP gains, we see widespread gains when it comes to transportation warehousing across our region. Hancock drops off of the top 5 again. Wood bumps up to 1st place with $290 million in growth. Madison, Lucas, and Union all climb up 1 space. We see relatively large gains in Madison and Lucas, 59% increase in Wood at $290. Madison has 117% growth with $290 million. Lucas has $144 million. Union, $65.8 million, 51%. And then Delaware, $60.9 million, 28%. Wyandotte also had a notable 67% growth in GRP gains. Defiance, Morrow, and Paulding all saw GRP gains over 45%. Okay, out of the heavy numbers. Moving on to our regional workforce update. So while population changes have varied across the region, we know that this is one of the things that's really spotty in terms of the state. Delaware, Union, and Madison show strong inward migration, population migration. Workforce participation remains very high in many counties across our region. Wyandotte, Putnam, are above the top there with some pretty outstanding workforce participation rates. We have strong workforce, stable workforce participation. Unemployment remains relatively low across Northwest Ohio, though we did see a slight increase from last year's numbers, and we'll talk about that. Sectors like construction, manufacturing, healthcare are driving up demand. We see notable employment gaps in those areas. Top growing occupations include management, transportation, healthcare, reflecting evolving demands for our workforce. We also see some signals of strain in our workforce. We see labor shortages, uneven educational attainment, and persistent sector-based unemployment. There are some gaps we need to close that we'll be talking about today throughout the course of the day in today's segments. But let's dig into the data. So when we look at Ohio's population in context of the country, in context of the nation, we have seen a 1.75% population gain over the 5-year period. Ohio, again, is the 7th most populous state in the nation. The last 10 years, we've seen the greatest growth in Idaho, Utah, Florida, and Texas. So we're there in that sort of light blue. We're in those states that are sort of just holding steady, slight gains, but nothing substantial to talk about. When we look at the population change across our state, this is where we see the unevenness in our patterns, right? We've known this for a long time, that most of the growth is centered around suburban Columbus and Cincinnati, and to a lesser extent, Cleveland. Columbus is where a lot of that growth is happening. We also see a little pocket of growth happening in those counties that are sort of the outer suburban ring of Fort Wayne as well, and that's Fort Wayne population shed, Mercer and Van Wert counties. The populations the counties with the highest gain, of course, are Franklin County with 88,247. That's a 7% gain. Delaware, 47,408, 25%. Warren, 34,270, Butler, 21,349, and Hamilton, 20,432. When we look at Northwest Ohio, we see the greatest gains, again, in those suburban Columbus counties that we've claimed as our own now, Delaware, Union. But we also see Ashland, Madison, and Morrow having pretty decent gains, spanning out a little bit from that territory. Ashland is interesting. Ashland last year was not a gainer of population. Ashland was a loser of population last year, where their neighbor next door, Richland, was, and people hiked over to Ashland this year. I'm guessing they've built some housing in the last year or so. Similarly, Auglaize, Defiance, Williams, and Wyandotte and Erie saw gains where they previously saw some losses as well. Looking at our population as labor force, our region, these 32 counties, contains 20% of Ohio's labor force. Ohio's total labor force is 5.8 million people, and we hold 1.1 million of those workers, participating workers in our region. So when we look at unemployment, we see relatively low unemployment. So when we look at this color gradient on this map, the red shows counties that have unemployment rates that are higher than the state average, and the blue are counties that have unemployment rates that are lower than the state average. So the state of Ohio unemployment rate, this is December 2024 data. So the state of Ohio in December 2024 had a 4.5% unemployment rate. The U.S. unemployment rate at that point was also 4.1%. So the counties in blue had unemployment rates lower than 4.5%, and those above, red above. The counties with the lowest unemployment rates were Mercer at 2.8%, Auglaize 3.3%, Wyandotte 3.4%, Delaware at 3.5%, and Putnam at 3.5%. Unemployment rates, the range of unemployment rates across the region were 2.8 to 7.5%. Which is, like I said, slightly higher than last year. Last year's average was 1.8% to 5.8%. So we're looking about a 1% bump across the board. When we look at labor force participation rate, like I said, we've got some kind of amazing labor force participation numbers in our region. For context, the labor force participation rate for the state, again, the gradient shows red is those that have labor force participation rates below the state average. Blue is those that have labor force participation rates above the state average. The state average for December 2024 was 61.9% participating in the labor force. This is up from last year's data, which was 62.5% participating, and then the previous year before that, 2022, was 62.3%. So we've seen sort of an upward tick there. Our prime age employment is 83.4%. So prime age is 25 to 54-year-old persons. So that's actually pretty good. So when we look at these rates compared to the average, right, we see a lot of counties in our region being well above. Wyandotte, for instance, 79.5% labor force participation. Big gold star for Wyandotte County. Putnam, 72.1%. Mercer, 71.6%. Delaware, 68%. Auglaize, 67.1% as well. Auglaize, Delaware, Hancock, Wood, and Fulton all have labor participation rates above 66%. When we look at just counties with the greatest labor force participation rate increases, we can see that all but one county in our region have seen increases in the last year over this period, from December 2023 to December 2024. Some with relatively substantial increases. The range is loss of 0.86%, that's our one county, up to almost 5%. 4.66 was our highest at Wyandotte. Hardin, 4.57, Richland, 3.35, Lucas, 3.19, and Crawford, 3%. Okay, when we look at unemployment by sector, so these are our industry sectors that have unfilled positions, right? So what key what key parts of our economy are missing personnel? And so our labor shortages are mostly in construction, manufacturing, administrative waste management, and remediation services. These are by NAICS code, healthcare and social assistance, and transportation and warehousing. Significant numbers in construction and manufacturing, 13,000 person gap there at 26%. Manufacturing, 11,700, 23%. Administrative waste management and remedial services, 5,174, 10%. Healthcare, 3,120, 12%. Transportation and warehousing, 2,454, about 5%. In total, our unemployment is about 50,402. When we look at regional educational attainment, so what is our workforce bringing to the table? We have about 17.7% of our residents have a bachelor's degree. That's about 3.8% below the national average, and about 10% of our population has an associate's degree, which is about 1% above the national average. So that's our distribution. What we'll see when we look at different sectors is that in some places, we are below the curve, and in other places, we are above the curve in terms of providing what the market desires. But who's producing this educational pipeline? I think we all kind of know, right? So this year, wasn't the case always every year, but this year BGSU is the top producer. We're happy to say this year's BGSU is the top producer of graduates. In 2023, the region produced 25,918 graduates in these 32 counties in this pipeline. Though this pipeline has shrunk by 4% in the last 5 years, BGSU produced 4,421 of these graduates, mostly with bachelor's degree. That's purple. Black is master's degree. And then the green is certificates. We have fewer of those. And associate's degrees you'll see in there are that blue color. Next is our partners over at the University of Toledo. I didn't see if anybody was here from UT or if our friends are here. Okay, there you are. Right behind us with 4,277 producing graduates there. And then our friends at Owens Community College, Dr. Somerville right here, 672 graduates coming out of there. And then we got Ashland University, University of Northwestern Ohio, University of Findlay, and Rhodes State being our next producers of graduates. All right, and then looking at market trends. When we look at top job growth by occupation, this is across industry, so that can be somewhat confusing, but what I'm saying is it doesn't matter whether it's happening in manufacturing or it's happening in enterprise. These are the jobs that are occurring or the occupations that are growing. Management. So management in manufacturing, management in science, management in whatever it may be, management. We need managers. The growth here, 18,724 positions, 34% growth in in-demand jobs. Transportation material moving, 10,184, 10% increase in jobs. Business and finance ops, 5,574 jobs, 13% growth. Healthcare practitioners or technicians, 3,629 jobs, 6% growth. Architecture and engineering, 1,207, 7% growth. When we look at our top industries then, where our employees are concentrated, so where do folks in our region work? We all know this, manufacturing, right? By a long shot, 201,140 jobs, and a location quotient, Lightcast calls it an employment concentration, but it's a location quotient, which basically quantifies the concentration of employed workers in a region in comparison to the nation. So if we have a 2.44 EC or location quotient in Lightcast terms, it means that we have basically about 2.4 times the number of manufacturing workers than the rest of the nation. So we are, yes, we have a lot. So that's our number one employer. Next, also probably not a shocker, is agriculture. 16,134 with an EC of 1.28. Management is enterprise, so this is management of businesses, management in the private sector, 19,808 and an EC of 1.23. Transportation warehousing, always one of our key industries, 57,070 jobs with an EC of 1.22, and then retail trade, 408,000 jobs with an EC of 1.07. And then when we see what top specialized skills then, honing in on manufacturing, since that is where most of our population is working and that's where that growth is happening. And again, when we looked at the types of occupations that were growing across industry, right, we saw lots of occupations. So just when we're talking about manufacturing, that could be people who are working in finance, people who are working in management, people who are working in lots of different occupations within the industry sector of manufacturing. So what are the top specialized skills then that manufacturers are looking for? And I think that this is interesting. So continuous and process improvement. We've heard that a lot. I'm looking at Sara, who's running NOMA here, and we've heard that a lot from our industry partners. Continuous improvement is something that we're looking a lot, that people are looking a lot for, upskilling in. 23.4% increase in demand, rapidly growing skill demand. Auditing, increasing by 21.8%, rapidly demanding skill. Project management increasing by 19.8%, and then SAP applications, 19.8%. Finally, moving into just a couple more things here. The top qualifications, boy, have we talked a lot about this. Driver's licenses, top qualification everyone's looking for, but also CDL certifications and all the different types of CDL certifications. And we know that there are programs that are delivering those, and they're always full and they're always in high demand. Forklift certification, MBAs being in the top 4 things that our manufacturing qualifications are looking for. And then Six Sigma, EPA 608 certifications, and CPAs, Certified Public Accountants. Oops, I skipped ahead. I wanted to just show you trends in manufacturing salaries. We have seen a 24.9% increase in manufacturing salaries over the course of the last year, with the average, and you can see that those bumps are across, there's a gradient, right? So it depends what positions you are in manufacturing, but the average advertised salary being $50,000 across our region. And then education. I think that this is an important and interesting point. When we look at the education being advertised in these manufacturing positions that are posted, we see that they are asking, though the vast majority are still saying no education qualification, 36%, high school or GED, 35%. We have 9% that are asking for an associate's degree, and we have 28% that are asking for a bachelor's degree, and 5% asking for a master's. When I ran this data 2 years ago, only 16% were asking for a bachelor's degree, and only 2% were asking for a master's degree. And so, though these numbers may not be substantial in comparison to may not be as substantial to those numbers that are asking for no qualifications or a high school diploma, they are still relatively large and growing. So thinking about this question of workforce innovation that we're going to continue to wrangle with today, how do we build that workforce of tomorrow? How do we make sure that we are producing the workers that are ready to take on these jobs and to fill those open positions across our region and keep those job gains going, keep that GDP growing, and keep our labor participation up? We have some really great people here to talk to us today, so I'll very shortly be introducing Donna Ennis here from Georgia AIM, who's going to talk, who's a national leader in inclusive innovation, and she's going to talk to us about all sorts of collaborative and engagement work that they've been doing, and give us some food for thought about what has been happening in Georgia and how we might be able to learn some lessons and take some of the things that they're doing there and maybe do them here. We're also going to hear from our friends at NOhioX from the Northwest Ohio Innovation Consortium, who have graciously come here. We've got industry leaders from First Solar, NSG, Owens, Illinois, Pilkington, North America, to talk about technology innovation, workforce innovation in their industries and their sector, and how they're using the consortium to think about these questions and to tackle these problems. So thank them for being here in advance. We have members from our educational institutions as well participating and here to mingle and network with you all. We will also have our workforce panel later on to start to tackle these questions. So as we begin to prepare for what's next in Northwest Ohio, I want us to think about, what is this moment for us? Our numbers are going in all of the right directions. We have lots of opportunity. We have lots of job growth. We have people. How do we make sure that we can connect these two things together? So the big questions that we are trying to tackle today: how is technology changing the nature of work? What are the biggest challenges and opportunities that we need to face, and how are we preparing our workforce for them? And what bold regional steps can we take together to create an inclusive and innovative economy? And with that, I'm going to introduce our keynote. And if you have any questions, comments, please feel free to email me at crd@bgsu.edu. We will, as always, post these slides on our website and all of the presentations at the end of the event, so that will be available to you. We are live streaming, it will be recorded, and the whole recording will be available. I know sometimes people want the numbers, they want the data. We are always happy to share those with you. So I want to just make that quick disclaimer that those things will all be made available at the end of the conference. Probably it takes us a couple of days, but it will all be up for you. It is now my pleasure to introduce Donna Ennis, Associate Vice President of Community-Based Engagement of Georgia Tech Enterprise Innovation Institute, which is E12. She oversees the Center for Economic Development Research and Partnership for Inclusive Innovation and co-directs the Georgia Artificial Intelligence and Manufacturing, or Georgia AIM, project funded by the U.S. Economic Development Administration. That's where I found her. I went to an EDA conference and I heard her talk and I was like, I need to bring this woman back with me to Northwest Ohio. And she graciously agreed to do so. So we're very grateful for that. She's also leading the establishment of E12's Workforce Center for Excellence, a new initiative to harness the best practices, research, and technical assistance in workforce development. Georgia AIM leverages a statewide network of over 100 practitioners to develop and deploy for the development and deployment of talent and innovation in AI for all manufacturing sectors. Ennis is Georgia AIM's Director of Community-Based Engagement, ensuring that the project impact all of Georgia. Through innovation, collaboration, education, and participation, Georgia AIM is providing the tools and knowledge to empower all communities to fully participate in a robust AI manufacturing workforce. To date, Georgia AIM has served nearly 1,000 small and medium manufacturers, connected more than 7,000 Georgia K-12 students to STEM programs, and sparked AI-focused outreach and innovation in more than 100 Georgia communities. Ennis also serves as the operator representative for the Georgia Business Minority Development Agency Business Center, providing strategic MBDA programs, and helped companies generate more than $6.4 billion in contracts, financing, and sales, and create and retain more than 7,000 jobs. A real all-star. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Am I on? Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nichole, for inviting me here. I'm just sitting here listening to the numbers. There's some pretty impressive growth happening here in Ohio. And I hope to be able to bring you some insight and some thoughts about what we're doing in Georgia and some of my personal thoughts about workforce innovation and what we're doing to help move the needle. I want to say good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of you. You look really good. I want to thank the president, Rodgers, Nichole, her staff, the elected officials, for inviting me here today to share my thoughts on workforce innovation, how we are approaching this in Georgia. We have a number of different ways that we're looking at workforce, and Georgia AIM is one of the massive ways we're tackling this topic. So we're at a critical juncture where the intersection of technology, demographics, and economic necessity is reshaping the workforce as we know it. Your conference theme here today, Workforce Innovation, creating a collaborative is the key, regional ecosystem to support an inclusive is the key economy. And I think that, you know, as we talk today about different methods and ways that we approach this, I think we'll see that there's some pretty exciting things happening. But as we do this, it challenges us to rethink, reimagine, and recalibrate how we prepare, skill, upskill every worker in the age of rapid technological advancement. We stand on the precipice of profound change, and how we respond will determine our collective success. A few years ago, I used to tell people when I talked about this that we were in a paradigm shift, particularly when I was talking to businesses. around technology and what's happening in technology. As you know, I'm at Georgia Tech, so I just absorb a lot of technology on a daily basis, just really through osmosis, because I'm on a campus where technology is being developed every second of the day. But now, while we were in the middle of a paradigm shift years ago, it's happened. And quite frankly, it's profound. It's really to see that we've moved in a different direction and things have actually shifted, particularly since the pandemic, has been really profound for me. But before I discuss what we're doing in Georgia, I'd just like to give a little bit of background of the unit that I work for at Georgia Tech. So I'm part of the Enterprise Innovation Institute. We affectionately call it EI Square. We're considered the oldest university-led economic development organization in the country, if not the world. We've been around for over 60 years. I was talking to somebody earlier about being part of the Extension Services program. We started cut out teeth on Extension Services years ago. We are here, as you can see, what our mission is, and our vision is to really provide economic development solutions through our programs and to really be a change agent in communities. We want to uplift and be have a positive socio-economic development impact on the communities we serve. We have worked in all over the country. There are 159 counties in Georgia. We've worked in 28 countries, helping to develop and shore up what we call innovation ecosystems, basically focused on entrepreneurship and helping to work with universities and governments to shore up their ecosystems. We have a number of theme areas. I won't go through the whole list here. And in addition to that, we have our areas of expertise that we work in. We do this, as I said before, we do this through our economic development programs. And again, I'm not going to list them all up here, but we work in key areas. I am in the community-based engagement area where Georgia AIM resides, along with our Partnership for Inclusive Innovation and our Center for Economic Development Research. We have a firm-based pillar, if you will, and we're our programs that focus on serving startups, manufacturers, existing companies, small businesses is where our firm based. And then we have an EI2 Global, and that is where we actually work outside of the U.S. to help countries develop and shore up their ecosystems. We too have a EDA University Center where Nichole and I met at the UEDA conference. And I, again, thank you so much for inviting me here today. So before the work is changing, I want to say work is changing at an unprecedented pace. And the next 5 to 10 years will be defined by four key, I want you to remember this, 4 key forces: technology, demographics, globalization, and what I call work site requirements. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the technology. Before we do, I'd like you to play the video, please.
When everything becomes linked with everything else, matter becomes mind, and the possibilities become endless. Imagine 50 billion IoT connected devices by 2020. Now, imagine the economic impact of these connected machines. $4 to $11 trillion per year by 2025. Wearable devices, environmental sensors, agricultural machinery, components in a vehicle, or devices in homes can all be connected to deliver insights and drive transformation. So imagine if you had smart devices in your home, your car, your workplace, or even on yourself. The world becomes alive. That's Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is making everyday objects into data factories. When Internet of Things, along with big data, meets artificial intelligence, this interface will become enlivened with intelligence, and a new world will take birth, which will increasingly talk back to us. Imagine the kind of world that it would be. Imagine the revolution it will usher in the way we see the world. The external world will become the extension of our mind, like an extension of our thoughts. Imagine a world that is responsive, a world that is optimized for human creativity, a world that is intelligent. The Internet of Things is a breeding ground for new AI-driven solutions and experiences, from self-driving cars to intelligent homes to health. Welcome to the world of endless possibilities. Welcome to AI and IoT Summit.
So this is one of my favorite videos because this happened, 2018? And here we are in 2025, and in 2018, this is what they were talking about. So I play this video sort of to level set where we are today, and when I say that the paradigm shift has happened, it has already happened in 2025. And so when we talk about technology, we know that technology is important for business growth. It is central to business operations, customer interactions, and competitive strategy in the modern economy. A digital presence in e-commerce reaches a global audience and taps into e-commerce revenue streams. Operational efficiency is important and is achieved through streamlining operations and reducing costs. Data analytics and decision-making drive business strategy using actionable insights. And technology can also drive product innovation by helping to create and market product offerings. But it also unlocks growth, right? It unlocks growth. And at AI automation and robotics is, let me see, let me just go back a minute here. There you go. It unlocks growth. So you have AI automation and robotics is augmenting nearly every industry, streamlining operations and shifting the skills in demand. Routine and repetitive jobs are being automated, but entirely new roles are being developed. And so while there's a fear of automation and AI taking jobs and causing jobs to go away, new jobs are being developed. Who knew years ago that we would have a prompt engineer as a viable career, right? And so we know that as we see technology evolve over time, new jobs come online as well. The transformative power of artificial intelligence is being realized at the speed of light, enhancing efficiency, customer satisfaction, and scalability. The Internet of Things, as you saw here, IoT, sensors are revolutionizing industries. They're helping us develop smart cities, tracking data, tracking movement and patterns of transportation and how people move, how people work, how people operate every day. They optimize our resources use, help us reduce waste, and also increase yields. And we use quite a bit of sensors in our project at Georgia AIM that we'll talk about a little bit later when it comes to putting sensors on the manufacturing equipment and helping them with preventative maintenance. The impact of autonomous vehicles on transportation, including delivery drones that we're using now, self-driving trucks, and contribute to cost-effective logistics, faster deliveries, and reduced emissions. I am always flabbergasted when I'm on Georgia Tech's campus and there's a little robot going by me with food, delivering food to the campus. And I'm saying, wow, this is great. This is really crazy. Clean technology's role in sustainability, such as solar panels and wind turbines and energy production, provide cost savings, environmental responsibility, and market competitive. Digital marketing and analytics help companies leverage digital marketing tools, including social media analytics, for targeted advertising, improving their ROI, customer insights and market reach. And finally, the advantages of cloud computing, which I'm sure many, if not all of us, use today, and collaboration tools provide scalability, accessibility, and cost efficiency. But another major force that's happening today is the shift in demographics, something that we all need to identify and realize. Aging populations in developed economies, coupled with a burgeoning younger workforce in emerging markets, will create both challenges and opportunities for us in workforce innovation. For example, according to the Census Bureau, the median age of America is up by 0.2 years to 38.9 years, while 70% of Africa's population is under 25. I was just in Africa last week, in Tanzania, Zanzibar, and Kenya. And in Tanzania, while 70% of their population is under 25, half of that population is under 19. And so these are just two examples on the opposite extremes of how demographics are changing. Today in America, we have 4 generations working. We have the baby boomers, Generation X, Millennials, and Generation Z. And then there's another one emerging, Alpha, that's emerging into the marketplace, and in fact are actually working. Some of them are 17 and 18, they're actually in the marketplace right now. So really we have 5 generations working side by side in the marketplace today. So we must embrace this intergenerational collaboration and lifelong learning as the new normal. We must think and act innovatively to accommodate the different generations, meet workers where they are, and collaborate to ensure that we are building a workforce, what I call of the future, and not necessarily for the future. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. The next one is globalization. Talent is now borderless. It's now borderless. The gig economy, digital nomadism, and hybrid workplaces all require new policies and workforce strategies to ensure inclusivity and competitiveness. The pandemic of 2020 is an example of how critical globalization is to the workforce. Now, I don't want to get into it, but we all know that the supply chains were severely impacted during this time. However, during the pandemic, manufacturers, and this is what this slide shows, that manufacturers utilizing digital solutions found themselves better positioned to weather the storm and were able to move faster and further than their peers. As they grappled with the new normal and attempted to build the foundation to deal with future crises, accelerating the adoption of digital technologies made it to the top of their list. And according to a survey by the National Association of Manufacturers, more than 85% of the manufacturers surveyed felt that the pandemic accelerated their use of what we call Industry 4.0 technologies. It either accelerated their use significantly or somewhat greater. So this is really an important point for us to look at. And then finally, what I added was what I call work site requirements. Remote, hybrid, and on-site working have become key factors in the development of the workforce. According to a recent article by Gallup, and I encourage all of you to read it, it's called The Post-Pandemic Workplace, The Experiment Continues. That's the name of the article. Again, it's called The Post-Pandemic Workforce, The Experiment Continues. In 2019, most remote-capable employees whose jobs could be done at least partially at home worked solely on-site. They worked on-site. 60% of them worked on-site, while about 1 in 3, or 32%, were hybrid, and about 8% worked exclusively remote. When the pandemic hit in March 2020, 70% of those now remember 60% were working on site, 70% of those that could work remote capable employees shifted to working exclusively from home. Today, more than 4 in 5 of these employees have some degree of remote flexibility, with 55% working hybrid, 26% exclusively remote, and 19% exclusively on site. So this really matters. I mean, the way that we work today, how we work, where we work, is really important for us to consider when we're thinking about workforce development, workforce innovation, the intergenerational workers, and how we meet people where they are. With this reality, though, Gallup does list 10 areas of change in the workplace. I'm not going to read them for you, but I do want to say, I do want to point to a couple of things. We talked about the shift to remote and hybrid. We're even hybrid in our shop. And I must admit, as a vice president and manager, it does bring some challenges to me because I grew up in a culture where I came to work every day. And what I see in this environment is I see the pros and the cons. And the pros is that people are flexible. Sometimes you can get a lot more done work at home than you can in the office. However, as we bring our younger generations into the workforce, what I do see is the inability to be able to nurture and nurture the next generation. When I came up, I might be on the elevator with the president of the university, right? I just may run into some CEO on coming into the office building. And so with the move toward hybrid work and remote working, I find it to be much more difficult to mentor and to develop a culture that we may want in our workplace. And the polls and the surveys and the studies are showing that. They're showing, that there's a fall in employee engagement. Well-being is really critical and it's important, particularly to the younger generation. There's somewhat of a detachment to the workplace. There's a lot of disruption. So, especially the younger generations are navigating this disruption. They may not have the skills that we have developed over time for navigating disruption in our workplace. And then and I found this interesting that there was a decline of respect. 4 in 10 employees felt respected at work. And I don't know whether it's about respect. I really don't. I'm trying to dig down more into the article, more so than that detachment. If you don't really get to know your coworkers the way we used to, you don't have the water cooler, drinking coffee together. These things matter, I think, for me, as we look at how we do workforce innovation and development, that we have to consider all these factors. There's no one size fits all, and that's also a challenge because there's no one size fits all. And then there's the emergence of the AI revolution. So let's talk a little bit about pivoting and regional pivoting and turning these challenges into operations. So how do you, as a region, how do we in Georgia, our region for my project, Georgia AIM, is the entire state. We have 159 counties in Georgia, 159 different policies, personnel, people, places, and things to work with. But we must invest in education and training. We must do that. And we must do it in somewhat of a traditional way, but also in non-traditional ways. A proactive approach to workforce development must include industry-aligned curricula in both higher education and vocational training programs. We just cannot go at it alone. We have to have industry, and I would also say others at the table, not just industry. And at Georgia AIM, we're doing that. You'll see, the community is not just industry, the community is the community. And whatever that is for your particular region, your particular community, they need to be at the table. Public-private partnerships. Companies, educational institutions, governments, nonprofits, as I said before, must all work together to create pathways for upskilling and reskilling. And the representative, Williams spoke earlier about his pathway. And I think that that's really critical for us to reshape our thinking away from a career, a job, into your pathway. Like, what is that individual's pathway? What is your child's pathway to success? And I grew up where you went to college. I was the first one in my family to have a college degree. You go to 4-year college, you get a degree, you work for a company, and in that case, I don't want to tell my age, but you work for a company for a lot of years, you retired. But, that is not the case anymore. The pathway is up and down and circular. I should have a picture up here. I'm reminded of a picture I saw of a jungle gym. And that's kind of how, you know, our pathways are today. You can start out one way. You can go to college. You cannot go to college. You can go to the military. You cannot go to the military. You can go right into a company and start to work. But one of the things your president said earlier, and I truly, truly, truly believe in, no matter what your pathway is, education is there along the way. Lifelong learning and education never, ever stops. So whether it's a 4-year degree, a 2-year degree, a certificate, a course online for free, education never stops. And that is where we in the room, educators and academia, play a really, really critical role. Infrastructure for innovation. Beyond training, we must build digital and physical infrastructure that supports remote work, automation, and new industries. And we'll see that in some of the things that we're doing in Georgia AIM around building labs and things of that nature. And then finally, of course, policy adaptation. Policymakers must create adaptable labor laws, social safety nets that support workers transitioning between jobs and industries. You know, we move between industries. A lot of the industries are interconnected now. And so, you know, being able to help our workers move through their career pathways and their jobs and industries is really important. So what is the role of automation, AI, and robotics? AI and automation are often seen or met with skepticism and concern. But history has shown that technological advancements create more opportunities than they displace. But the key is preparation. And I think, you know, and I might be, because I'm at Georgia Tech, I see a lot of preparation going on a daily basis for technology, but there's still some gaps. So we must embrace AI as a collaborator, not as a competitor. It enhances the human potential, increasing productivity and unlocking new avenues for creativity and problem solving. Redefining jobs, not eliminating them, is important. Jobs will evolve, and I mentioned that earlier. Jobs will evolve rather than disappear. I did have a statistic where something like 8.5 million jobs will disappear, but over 9 million different new jobs will be created as a result of this evolution and revolution in AI. And I would say not just AI, but smart technologies in general. So workers must be trained in AI literacy, data-driven decision-making, and human-centered skills that technology cannot replicate. And then, of course, we have to create ethical and inclusive AI. The development and deployment of this AI must prioritize fairness, accessibility, and equity to avoid exacerbating already existing disparities in all of our communities, whatever those disparities might be for your particular region or community. So preparing the workforce of the future. The foundation of a resilient workforce lies in 3 core areas: upskilling and lifelong learning, inclusion and equity, and building a culture of agility. Education should not end after college, and we talked about that, or technical training. Continuous learning through, and you talked about your micro-credentialing, certifications, and on-the-job training will be critical, so we all think alike here. Inclusion and equity, innovation must be inclusive. Workforce strategies must ensure that all groups, older, younger, rural, those that may be in low wage, women, veterans, black and brown, I could just go on and on because communities are different depending on where you are, must have access. And then we have the organization and individuals must adopt a growth mindset, embracing adaptability as a core competency. And so we can't be rigid in our thinking. We must adapt and listen and learn from those who we're helping to develop. You know, they can teach us as much as we can teach them. And so to illustrate what I've been discussing, I know you're here to learn about what we're doing in Georgia with Georgia AIM. I would like to introduce you to our major statewide project that I'm currently co-directing, and that is the Georgia Artificial Intelligence and Manufacturing, or Georgia AIM. So Georgia AIM was launched 2.5 years ago. through a $65 million grant with the Economic Development Administration. And since its establishment, we have garnered significant investment, including from the state of Georgia, from our industry partners. And it's now a project with over $120 million in investment, including the original grant. Georgia's AIM's goal is to revolutionize the industrial economy of Georgia through the development and deployment of talent and innovation across all manufacturing sectors. It is a coalition, as you see here, originally of over 40 partners throughout the state, working together with 8 major projects, and one project, which is one of the major ones I lead on the community engagement, has 8 projects on it. So between the sub-projects and the projects, there are 16 projects actively working in the state at one time. This was a new model, a relatively new model, coalition model, that EDA implemented 2.5 years ago. And I can say, as one of the co-directors of it, is that the beauty of it is that it was 16 projects out in the state working at one time. So when we executed the grant, if you will, and it began to execute the grant, everyone was out there, performing their scopes of work. And so that's been the beauty of it. And so we were able to achieve successes. It's a little bit challenging in some ways to manage, but fortunately, we've been fortunate in Georgia that we have a really, really dedicated group of coalition partners whose mission is to make sure that Georgia AIM succeeds. So we have a really strong, Georgia Tech is the lead applicant for this, which is a 4-year institution, but we have a really, really strong working relationship with our Technical College System of Georgia, TCSG. And so we're working side by side with them to develop curricula, to help work with industry, to build labs, innovation labs. We have a project with our Technology Association of Georgia, where they're actually serve as our placement agency, where they're helping to place individuals into jobs. We have a massive job board with them. We have a Middle Georgia Innovation Project where we're funding a STEM academy and helping with the robotics competition. We have a robust K-12 program. Our Southwest Georgia Regional Commission leads to Southwest Georgia. We're building an AI disaster hub to help predict disasters that are coming. And so we have this massive group. We have our cyber center in Augusta. The nation's cyber center is in Augusta, Georgia. They're training students and giving them certifications on cybersecurity. They're going in and doing assessments in manufacturing facilities. So we have this robust group of individuals and organizations all working together on a day-to-day basis, collaborating together to ensure that we, again, develop and deploy innovation and talent. So one side of Georgia AIM is focused on the innovation. That is, how do we help particularly our small to mid-sized manufacturers, how do we help them deploy innovation within their manufacturing facility? How can we help them move the needle? How do we work with companies and industry through and you'll learn a little bit, one of our major projects through our advanced manufacturing facility, our AI advanced manufacturing facility. How do we bring new innovations to market and help startup companies who may have innovations in AI and smart technology? So we're really focused on the innovative side, but then as you'll see and as I talk, all of these projects have workforce component in it, built into the projects. So by nature of the fact that they're executing the project, we're helping to execute workforce development. We have a strong commitment from industry and support from the state, which enables us to achieve results throughout the state. So we focus on innovation, education, collaboration, and participation. Innovation, education, collaboration, participation, serving 4 pillars: manufacturers, innovators, educators, and of course our workforce. Artificial intelligence in manufacturing is our focus. but supply chain plays a key role. So in Georgia, supply chain and logistics is a critical component of the state's economy, touching the Port of Georgia, a robust rail and interstate road network, and the busiest airport in the world. But with an increase in natural disasters such as hurricanes, tornadoes, flooding, and fires, AI is an essential tool for keeping goods moving. What makes us unique as a regional ecosystem, as I mentioned before, is the workforce. And so the integration of AI and other technologies in the supply chain, it isn't just a distant prediction, but rather an ongoing reality. And as more companies incorporate AI and technology tools, job roles change, requiring the upskilling. So for companies to see a benefit in AI, they also need a trained, agile workforce that can understand and adapt to these needs. Georgia AIM is massive. It's a massive initiative to develop that workforce. And as I always say, we want to develop the workforce of the future and not for the future. Because it may be AI today, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it'll be something else. So we want to make sure that as we train our workforce, we're training them, to be able to respond to a future that we really, quite frankly, don't know what it might look like 10 years from now. So it is our vision of how the workforce will help shape the future of Georgia's economy and eventually our entire country. We're engaging with communities across the state, including the rural towns, underserved urban areas, and populations underrepresented in manufacturing, such as Black and brown populations, women, veterans, people without a college degree. We're just making sure that we want to tap any and everybody who is interested in participating and that we can help them participating. We're also focused on our K-12 pipeline to ensure that we are preparing individuals of all ages. Our projects meet these communities where they are and develop programs that work for them. So we've had a number of focus groups across the state to understand what a project may need in South Georgia is different from what they may need in North Georgia. We want to ensure we are building a workforce that not only responds, as I said, to the AI of today, but what is that AI going to be in the future? Now, I'd like to say that we're developing a pipeline. People typically say K through 12. I say K to gray. That's what my pipeline is, K to gray, because Georgia AIM has programs that connect AI and smart technologies with K through 12 students through programs such as our robotics competitions that I mentioned earlier and our K through 12 Adventure Prize. Both programs work in school districts across the state to nurture creative problem solving and technical knowledge. Workforce development through new programs at technical colleges that I mentioned as well as incorporating AI into projects at historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, and R1 research institutions. Georgia AIM also supports internships and apprenticeships and fellowships, programs for those entering the workforce, and upskilling programs for those looking for new roles working with technology. Public-private fellowships through our Partnership for Inclusive Innovation, connect research programs with real-world solutions. We also work with manufacturers and entrepreneurs across the state to build a more resilient, efficient manufacturing sector that will provide good-paying jobs for decades to come. And I mentioned that a little bit earlier about how we're working with particularly our small to mid-sized manufacturers. We provide startup support to innovators working with technology, as I mentioned before. We've worked probably with over 600 startup companies that have from idea to actually helping them commercialize their products. Our mobile studio, which we launched last year, provides access to emerging technologies to all ages, empowering anyone, no matter where they are located, to connect with AI and smart technology. And so finally, we update the numbers a little bit, Nichole. We have now served about 3,000 students, over 16,000 individuals, and 3,500 manufacturers. And so to illustrate my point really quickly, I'd like to just give you a couple of examples. I think the examples are really, bring it to the face and who we've really impacted. So here's Angie Brennan. She's a teacher in rural Dooley County, Georgia. Angie attended the Middle Georgia Robotics Institute funded by Georgia AIM. This gave her the teaching tools to lead a robotics team. She went back, and this is a really rural county in Georgia. She went back to her school and formed the Dooley County Middle School Cats, and earlier this year, they qualified for the Super Regionals. So our K-12 robotics program supported by Georgia AIM are just one example of how we're impacting communities at a grassroots level and developing our workforce. Alex Wilson is a third-generation pecan farmer who sends his products all over the world. And this is a really interesting story because he is focused on the customer experience and wanted to provide free shipping to his customers. But with 3 different shipping companies, he was struggling to keep costs low while providing this service. Our rural supply chain program provided Wilson, and his company is called Sunnyland Farms, with a summer intern, and who used AI to analyze thousands of shipping addresses. Using the results, Alex negotiated a preferred rate with one shipping company, which saved him literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. He reinvested his savings into solar panels for his facility, adding to his future savings. Michael Trigger separated from the U.S. Air Force in 1989 and then spent the next decades working in telecommunications and transportation. In recent years, he became intrigued by the idea of training computers to understand language. So he enrolled in a new AI-enhanced robotics manufacturing program at the Georgia Veterans Education Career Transition Resource, or Vector Center, in Middle Georgia, and graduated among the second cohort. I think we might be up to 4 or 5 cohorts now to receive the specialized certification. So we opened an AI-enhanced robotics lab at the Veterans Center. And so we did that right near Warner Robins Air Force Base. So we work with the base and we work with industry to develop the lab so it has an actual production line. And so the veterans learn, how to set up production, change lines, work with robots, program robots, et cetera, et cetera. The next one is Kayla Calloway. Is a recent high school, this is one of my favorites, she's a recent high school graduate from Valdosta in South Georgia. She made professional marketing tools and learned about analytics through the Innovation Lab at Wiregrass Technical College. And her business, KB Skin Soap, won the 2024 Georgia Future Leader Entrepreneur Program of Flex Competition. She won $10,000. And, so she was next week, the winner for 2025 will be announced. And Georgia AIM is proud to have a stake in this program. And I've got a couple of more before I end. We have our Partnership for Inclusive Innovation, which is another project that focuses on fellowships. So what we do with this program, the fellows are 1 to 5 years out of school. So many of them are either in their first job or looking to move into their first job. And Reagan here is our current one. She has, we've placed 4 recent college graduates as fellows. So this, our current AI, she's our current AI manufacturing fellow. And what they do, they spend 6 months with the private sector and 6 months with the public sector. So they get both sides. Her fellowship, first had her working on an AI algorithm that analyzed CAD drawings, and now she is working with a semiconductor manufacturer. We've also launched and will debut 10 internships with manufacturers to further connect university-led innovations. In Augusta, Samantha Bannister is now certified to conduct cybersecurity assessments, site assessments through our Georgia Cyber Innovation and Training Center. So we're working with Augusta University there to train students. And then finally, entrepreneur Tia Robinson is working with us, partnered with our Advanced Technology Development Center, which is the oldest high-tech incubator in the country. And she has launched her company, Vertical Activewear, to decrease waste in the fashion industry. She is working with ATDC to develop software that predicts clothing demand and reduces overhead costs. So these are some, examples of individuals who we're touching with Georgia AIM. We have many, many more examples, but these are some of the ones that just give the breadth and scope. We've taken sort of like an all-hands approach to our workforce development. So as I close through these efforts, like I said, we are seeing the results. The 2,000 jobs, 3,500 manufacturers, and connecting with 6,000 residents. Last fall, we increased our capacity even more when we launched our Georgia AIM Mobile Studio. We did in October, we launched our first ever Georgia AIM Week, and this new outreach model allows us to connect with hundreds of people across the state. So the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurship partnered with the University of Georgia. They built this huge mobile studio. They have also portable vignettes that they can take out to sites and show communities and kids and people about AI and technology. And this is just the beginning. In addition to debuting our Georgia AIM studio, last fall we finalized new AI-focused pilot projects in communities across the states. And that's where we're really working closely with our technical college to open these labs. So when I talked earlier about not only training and education, but also we have to build the physical infrastructure, we're looking at how we can put labs, innovation labs into our schools so that students can not only learn the theory, but they can also have some practical hands-on work. And finally, we are building a 65,000 square foot AI manufacturing pilot facility that will serve as a demonstration facility for companies to test products and services. This facility also serves as a training ground for students and potential employees. So right now we have a 20,000 foot, well, we're almost finished, so it's more than that. But it started as a 20,000 foot AI advanced manufacturing pilot facility. But through investment, not only with Georgia AIM, EDA, but through private investment from Georgia Tech, they're building a 65,000 square foot AI advanced manufacturing pilot facility. So as we adopt AI, we also recognize this unprecedented opportunity to change the future of who has access to manufacturing. That's been our main thing. It's like we want to make sure that we make manufacturing cool again. That it's not the 4 Ds, dark, dirty, dangerous, and dull. We learned over the 2.5 years that many people, many kids, families, parents had not even been in a manufacturing plant. So our next 1.5 years, we're focused on parental education. We're launching a parental education program. We're going to be doing more tours where we actually take students into the current manufacturing plant, the Kia plants and things like that, so they can actually see that it's not, that it has changed. I should say that manufacturing has changed. And so as I mentioned before, we are focused on developing the workforce of the future and not for the future. And so again, we must meet communities and individuals where they are. We're training them from K to grade. We train them, and as I said before, we're doing this a number of ways. Robust K through 12 programs. We're providing, new training programs. We're upskilling, reskilling, skilling. We've really taken a 360-degree approach to how we're doing workforce development and actually throwing some things up on the wall to see if they stick. And because, again, we've got 5 generations in the workforce today, and how the baby boomers may need to be retrained, particularly if they're coming out of retirement or they're wanted to move on to a different skill. I think earlier someone spoke about being able to move the economic wealth from, or salary from 40,000 to 60, 70,000. We know that can happen through manufacturing. We know that those jobs that are repetitive will more than likely be replaced by robots. And so we want to make sure that our individuals in workforce are skilled to program the robots and manage them and maintain them. So how can upskilling affect the supply chain? Just really quickly, an example was last year, there was a strike. I don't know if you remember that there was a strike with the longshoremen, the East Coast ports, halted all shipping for several days. And one of the things we found is like, why did this happen? Their concern was automation. They were one of the major things in their contract they were negotiating was automation. It was like, wow, I didn't realize that they weren't being trained and educated around automation and how it might affect their jobs in the future. Well, automation has come to the ports. It's already there across the country and around the world. So supply chains are evolving from rigid and monolithic single-fit delivery processes to complex, agile, networked ecosystems. That's what they are today. They're not linear anymore. And so we want to make sure, again, that because they are complex and interrelated, there's even more opportunity for our workforce, even more opportunity for an individual, a kid, or a young person to find their career, their pathway that I talked about earlier. So by investing in automation in our supply chain, upskilling employees, and increasing efficiencies at manufacturers across Georgia, we are making our workforce and economy more resilient. So this is why workforce training is important. By empowering Georgia's employees across all sectors to use and work alongside AI and smart technologies, we can turn that fear of AI into a tool in our collective toolbox, turn it into a tool using its power for good. So as I close, I want to talk about key lessons that we've learned. But proactive change is better than reactive adaptation. Regions that anticipate and embrace, and you guys are doing that here today, I love it. Nichole, it's great, this is great. Regions that anticipate and embrace workforce shifts will emerge as leaders in economic growth. So I know Nichole gave us some statistics, some really good statistics today, showing some of the shifts that are happening here in your region. So what are some of the other shifts that are demographic or more on the ground or grassroots that you need to be aware of? Anticipating them and embracing them you'll help emerge as a leader. Collaboration is essential. No single entity, and we've all talked about that, whether it's government, industry, or academia, can tackle these challenges alone. Synergies across sectors are essential. And the synergy that we've been able to develop in Georgia, I feel really blessed. We have, like I said, we have a really, really good group of coalition partners who want to make sure that we succeed. So we've been collaborating, we've been figuring out how to integrate. Where do we collaborate? Where do we actually integrate? Those two things are slightly different. Human-centered innovation wins. Technology should serve humanity, not the other way around. And so we're really, really focused that the future belongs to those who leverage technology to enhance human potential. One professor I heard give an overview of AI and about the fear of AI taking jobs. And he said, no, AI won't take jobs. People using AI will replace people who don't use AI. And I say that to our businesses that we talk to. Businesses who are using AI and technology will replace those that don't. It's simple as that, they will. And so we try to make sure, particularly our small and mid-sized companies, understand this, but how can we help them and give them the tools and resources? And finally, failure to act is the greatest risk. The pace of change will not slow down. It is moving exponentially fast. If we do not prepare today, we risk leaving large portions of our workforce behind. And we don't want to do that. And so my closing thought, as we look to the future, our collective responsibility is clear: to accelerate workforce innovation so that all workers, and I do believe that any and everyone who wants to participate should be able to participate in this economy and in the workforce and benefit from technological progress. The future is not something that happens to us. It is something we create. Together, we can build a workforce that is adaptable, inclusive, and empowered to lead the age of AI, automation, and beyond. So I thank you for listening to me. I hope you were able to gain some thoughts from this. I'll be around for the entire conference, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
All right. So we have a networking break till 10:15. I wanted to just, before we break quickly, just to also thank Tim Schneider, our regional representative for U.S. Senator Bernie Moreno, for joining us. We thanked all of our legislative representatives early, and my long-term friend Tim, I appreciate you coming and representing the senator here. So thank you very much. And everyone get some refreshments, take a break. 10:15, we'll start again.
we go.
Call everybody to order. Oh, go ahead, sorry. All right, everybody. I'm sorry it was a short break, but if we could get back to our seats for the next segment. I need like a bell. Well, I won't be standing. Oh. All right. We're going to go ahead and start our Regional Partnership Spotlight segment. This year, we are very fortunate to have our partners from the Northwest Ohio Innovation Consortium, NOHIC, here participating in our Regional Partnership Spotlight in the fireside chat. So before we get started, I just want to introduce our participants. So leading our chat today is Matthew Kurian. Matthew works for NOHIC as the Assistant Secretary of the Board. He also works for Owens, Illinois. His expertise is in technology project management and value analysis. I don't think that was me. His analysis has been pivotal to the organization he serves. He helps to streamline operational efficiencies and launch cutting-edge glass technology, significantly reducing environmental impact and producing quality product. These efforts have led to deploying successful intelligent glass manufacturing technologies and have also contributed to the region's economic vitality, technological education, underlying his commitment to societal advancement and environmental stewardship. Thank you, Matthew. Next in line, or next in place, we have Lou Tripple. Lou is the VP of Global Post-Sales Operations at First Solar. He's also a member of the NOAC board, where he has worked at First Solar for more than 18 years. He holds a Master of Science from Stevens Institute of Technology. Next, we have Kyle Sword. Kyle is a board member of NOAC as well. He is the R&D Director of North America at NSG Pilkington. He is manager of operations with a demonstrated history working in glass, ceramics, and steel. He's skilled in architectural glass, Six Sigma, glass and manufacturing, and he holds a Master of Business in Finance from California State University, Sacramento. And he is also an active board member of the Arts Commission of Greater Toledo. And finally, we have our Regional Innovation Officer and Board President of NOAC, Roger Smith. So Roger brings together private industry, education, workforce development, and economic development to make Northwest Ohio more competitive through collaborative and technology development. Prior to serving in his role as the Regional Innovation Officer and President of NOAC, he worked for Owens, Illinois for many years as lead of packaging technology research and innovation. So thank our NOAC members, our board members, for participating here today. So Matthew, I'm going to turn it over to you to ask the questions.
Awesome. Am I on here? Okay, awesome. Well, thanks, Nichole. Really appreciate the invite today. We've all had the pleasure of working very closely with Nichole over multiple years now. And the four of us have had the joy of being able to engage with and grow the vision of regional manufacturing for our great region here. Just to give you guys a little bit more background on NOAC, in case you haven't heard or in case you haven't been to our website recently, nwoinnovation.org. NOAC is a not-for-profit 501c6 born out of local industry, catalyzing technology commercialization, talent development pipelines, and sustainable manufacturing for our region. So, what does that mean? What does that look like? What we've been focusing on for these past couple of years is pursuing a lot of opportunity to partner, collaborate, and innovate, as Nichole told us earlier. We're really focused on building and growing and evolving the regional ecosystem, specifically in manufacturing, but that translates to a lot of the trends that we've seen today in all of the counties. We serve the 17-county region of the MSA in Northwest Ohio. But that is much larger reaching effects throughout the state of Ohio, and we'll dig into those a little bit today. So we have a theme we want to cover today, and this is really the overarching question that we're facing today at this conference. Looking ahead 5 to 10 years, how do we anticipate the nature of work, the nature of manufacturing, the nature of our workforce evolving and changing with all of the opportunities that we've been talking about today? We want to dig into what that really looks like from our specific backgrounds, but also for other industries that might not be most prevalent in the region today, but will be in the future. So I want to ask you guys, from each of your unique perspectives, what are some of the biggest opportunities that technology and innovation present now, 5 years, 10 years from now? Thinking very specifically, we've heard the trends about AI, we've heard about that in business, that in manufacturing. What does that look like from your unique perspectives?
I guess since I've gotten the mic from Roger, I'll start. Thank you, Roger. Really a pleasure to be here today. As was mentioned, so I've worked at First Solar just over 18 years. Actually, yesterday was my 18th First Solar birthday, so have gone from embryo to full-grown adult now in the solar industry. Maybe a little bit about what is today's advanced manufacturing environment look like from the First Solar perspective anyway. We are a high-volume manufacturer. We make solar panels, as the name might suggest. We make tens of millions of these every year. We do that around the globe, but a lot of those are made here in Wood County. And what does that environment look like, right? A piece of glass starts the process, moves through a fully automated manufacturing system, and leaves that manufacturing process about 4.5 hours later as a fully functional product. No human being touches that solar panel from start to finish in that factory in terms of its manufacturing process. So when you think about what does a manufacturing environment look like, at least from a high volume perspective, right, maybe that's a wake-up call to folks, but we also want to think about that environment as a place, as Dr. Ennis mentioned, of an evolving skill set needed to operate and maintain and enhance that type of facility. There are humans, don't get me wrong, right? So every one of those factories takes elements of maintenance, elements of operational excellence, elements of ongoing enhancements and engineering talent. It takes a village of a lot of different skill sets. I've always described the thin film manufacturing process as a fusion of Silicon Valley and good old-fashioned Midwestern manufacturing and automotive type of DNA, right? We use a lot of semiconductor technology and then a lot of just, conveyance and material movement and physical application and lamination, right? Things that are physical processes that are much more intuitive to us. But that manufacturing environment has already evolved significantly. We use artificial intelligence. We have a camera system on the ceilings that is machine learning based and finding any defects in the module processing as it goes along, right? We're replacing, that human intuition and logic and visual inspection with automated inspection. Even material handling, right? You walk around one of our factories today, we have a lot of named robot forklifts. There's no human sitting on that forklift, but there were a lot of humans that helped develop and program to get that thing to a point where it can move the material around the facility. These are what are happening today, right? And the application of artificial intelligence is a huge part of our strategy in thinking about how to help that factory teach itself to operate more efficiently. That takes a lot of different forms and skills to accommodate. But that is something, as we think about what does manufacturing look like in the future, there's just more of that to come, right? Not every company is making tens of millions of the same thing every year, so that's a perspective from a high volume manufacturer. Certainly as you cascade to medium and lower tier manufacturing operations, those trade-offs change, and the blend of robotics and automation with human manufacturing is a little bit different. But at each one of those tiers, right, the same themes I think are going to apply in terms of how to smartly use some of the advancements that are happening very rapidly in today's world and bringing those into a manufacturing environment. I'll stop there.
Thanks, and nice job. You did all the work for me. So, yeah, I appreciated the keynote this morning as well, because so many points on that really resonated to the things that I'm already going to say. But I work for Ennis Pilkington. We're a glass company. We've been making glass here in Rossford, Ohio for 125 years. And when I talk to people about making glass, they envision a picture in their mind of people shoveling dirt into a hot furnace and these really horrific labor conditions and all those sort of things. But when you come to our factories, we look like an electronics manufacturer in a lot of ways. And the same thing, we don't have people picking up and moving glass. We have robots that are moving the glass. So, we're not looking to have tons of laborers at our factories. We still need some, but we mostly need technicians. We need people that are capable of working with the robots, teaching the electronics what to do. We need a lot more skilled trades than we ever have, and skilled trades is continuing to decline in the country. So we really need a lot of skilled trades for us to be able to engage. And we need a lot more really talented, smart people that are engaging in these technologies of the future. AI and machine learning and all these things, that's where most of the manufacturing processes are going. So we need really smart, really technically capable people to actually lead those technologies. And the other point that you brought up this morning I thought was great was collaboration. In 2022, it was the International Year of Glass recognized by the UN. And when we started talking to a lot of the companies, we go, well, what are you working on? Well, I'm working on workforce development. I'm dealing with environmental conditions. I want furnace fuel efficiencies. And we all literally have the same list. So why on earth aren't we working with each other to solve the same problem that we all have, especially when we don't compete with each other? I mean, that's the nexus of really where this all came about. So we're all trying to solve these same problems around AI and process control and workforce development, things like that. That's the key to the things that we need to do. So those trends, as Lou mentioned, are only going to continue. We're going to see more automation. We're going to see more technical manufacturing environments. We're going to see more of a need for collaboration to solve really, really complex problems. And some of the problems that we're facing are really what you would term as wicked problems. They're really, really challenging, and they're going to need numbers of different places and industries to collaborate with each other. The only way we're going to solve those things is to do them together with this sort of an environment. So that's the key that we're trying to get, is work through how do we start solving some of those more complex problems. Thanks.
So I wanted you to hear from the actual guys who go to work every day, and not some old retired guy first. But you know, from a factory of 20 years ago to the factory of today, they described it, right? There's very few laborers. There's folks who need to know statistics and how to pull up and handle very complex procedures in a very fast and organized way. And so my board happens to be made up of a lot of economic development people, most of which that don't spend a lot of time in factories, like myself and my partners here. And so we get a lot of tours of factories, and every time we go out on a tour, I tell them, you know, what to expect. We're going to be the only people on the line, right? The rest of the folks are going to be either in a clean room environment, or they're going to be in an air-conditioned control room monitoring what's going on. And sure enough, every time we go to a factory, we see almost no people. And they're in either clean room environments, very comfortable sitting in front of terminals, or they're in an air-conditioned control room watching 27 video monitors and 8 control screens and a myriad of instruments in front of them. And they need to know how to do that. So the workforce has changed from labor to statistics and procedures and understanding the process in a big way. And so that's from 20 years ago to today. So what's it going to look like in 10 years, right? And so what we see is, what is machine learning, which is the industrial version of artificial intelligence? What's that look like? What's that good at? And what we find it to be good at is, in the box that exists today, it can do things far more efficiently, effectively, and faster than a human. So the folks watching the monitors today, trying to apply statistical process control and actually input control changes into whatever process they're watching, whether that's a solar panel manufacturing line, or a furnace, or a batch house, a material system. They're watching those displays, and they're trying to anticipate what is going wrong or what is changing, and make those changes themselves. You can see going forward, that's going to be a machine learning task, because the machines will do that faster, and in the box that exists today with lots of data, they'll do it better than any humans. What machines won't do well, and don't do well yet, is outside the box thinking. So the continuous improvement, the computational fluid dynamics, the what ifs, what if we change the way we make the furnace, or change the way we make the material system? That's going to be humans, right? So the humans have to be able to anticipate the needs, the continuous improvement, and actually think outside the box, while the machines take all their time thinking inside the box.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. One of the early sessions that we had, we were pursuing a federal EDA innovation hub through the CHIPS and Science Act, which Akron, Ohio won. It's still, we won one for the state of Ohio, still a win. But we did not, but we came together and we said, okay, what do we all compete over? Because a really key collaboration is, a key to collaboration is removing a lot of competition. And everybody said at that session, well, people. That's the key thing that we compete over. We have some of the best people in our region, in any region, stack us up against them. We've got some of the best people. So knowing that's really the key resource that we've got here and that we compete over. So how is the Innovation Hub working to transform this economic and workforce landscape? We're trying to take these commercialization efforts that the state of Ohio has tasked the Innovation Hub with accomplishing, turning those commercialization efforts into jobs, and then pairing our people to those jobs. So specifically thinking about the hub itself, and maybe Roger, you could start. What are some of the specifics? We've got a lot of projects going on. How does this all come together for people?
Right, good question. And in the hub, we think about people in kind of 4 buckets. We call it talent development. I will say the industries we have in Northwest Ohio are very sophisticated industries. Glass industry is very sophisticated. You don't make glass without having a cadre of Ph.D. chemists and physicists, because it's that difficult. You don't make solar panels without having a very large room full of Ph.D. physicists. So we have to think about that. We have to think about the engineers and STEM graduates that keep the factories running every day, and then we have to think about the supply line for those opportunities. So from an innovation consortium perspective, I'm not an educator, so I needed advice from a number of educators. We needed advice from a number of educators. And they continued to tell us that high school was way too late, right? That if you didn't influence kids in elementary school, they were neither going to have the skills or the interest in becoming a STEM graduate, because being a STEM graduate sometimes is pretty difficult. So we've expanded our program from high school to K through 12. And that's manifests itself as summer camps in a variety of locations that cover advanced manufacturing and engineering and STEM in general, to influence kids that this is a pretty cool way to make a living. Then we enhance that with a high school summer camp that's around skills, because you need both interest and skills, or you're not going to make it through a STEM education. Beyond that, skilled trades, as Kyle mentioned, is a tremendous need and a huge retirement point. Nationally, I think there's about 5 skilled tradespeople retiring for every 1 coming into the training center. And locally, that's more exaggerated. It's more like 7 to 1. Northwest Ohio, we can literally build anything for now. And we've got to make sure that skill set doesn't leave the region. So we've got a skilled trades activity. Then we've got the internship program, which is our most popular and heaviest subscribed program, where we put STEM interns into our partners' facilities, whether it's their research facility or their factory. And we fund those and teach them jointly about the area's industries. And then we've got a much smaller program for PhD candidates in support of a glass professor that's being added to the University of Toledo. So those are the consortium's programs. I don't know, do you guys have any other comments?
Yeah, a couple other things I was going to add is, one, it's not just about changing grade school kids' minds that STEM might be cool. It's also about changing their parents' minds, because you've got to convince their parents that that's not failing at life. You know, you don't have to go to college to be successful. We know loads and loads of people for us that have great careers over 30, 40, 50 years. We have people that work for 60 years. You know, you can create a great career in STEM fields with a high school diploma, with a trade school. So those things are really important. One of the other things that you mentioned around some of the skilled trades and even some of the technicians that we need. You know, everybody can tell you what a welder looks like and an electrician looks like or a mechanic looks like, but we all hire manufacturing technicians, but that's not a real thing. Most people wouldn't acknowledge and recognize what that is. I go, we need to make that and standardize that and make that a real thing. If we can do that, it's going to benefit all of us. So we're trying to figure out, how do we work with Owens, how do we work with the other communities to go, let's make that a reality so people understand what that looks like, and then that has real value to people that graduate with that sort of a skill, that they have lots of different options for careers, not just for jobs, but for careers. The last point for me is a bit more aspirational. We're doing a lot of things with internships. We're doing a lot of things with college graduates and things like that. But what I see the opportunity is we all say AI is coming in process control and process improvement or electrical, different computer technologies that we have, and we're all trying to outlie some of those technologies and deploy them on our factories. I go, why don't we work with the local universities to create specializations in those areas to say, if you come to Toledo, you can go to these different programs and you can graduate with a degree that is going to have you being able to specialize in taking these technologies, whether it's AI or machine learning, and you're going to be able to have a skill set that can take that and quickly deploy that in a manufacturing plant. You're not only one of the most employable people in Northwest Ohio, you could take that degree anywhere in the world and be one of the most sought after people. I go, that to me is what we should be aspiring to, is create a center of excellence that creates people with such demand that we can't keep them here. That would be a great thing to be able to develop. So that's my goal, is to create this aspirational of how do we drive technology from an education standpoint that our graduates are so sought after. We have people that are moving here in droves to try and get those degrees. That's my goal.
Yeah, and I was going to add a very similar comment. I'll keep it brief, but we talk a lot at First Solar about the economic impact and the job creation we drive from, okay, we create one job, but that job amplifies into 6 or 7 jobs throughout the supply chain and the supporting ecosystem. And that same kind of macro view is what I see in the value of the collaboration we have with the consortium that's built right now and growing and working together, right? The universities, the economic development forces, the private sector corporations, if we can build a regional group, right, that is sought after, right, to Kyle's point, something that has that draw, something that is looked at as aspirational, you start to build this magnetic force of, people want to come to this area to be a part of that and see options to flex adjacently into something that's maybe not exactly what I went to school for, but I could see a path to shift over here or shift over there and take on a different role. When you can do that as a region with all the different ingredients together, it provides an amplifying effect. And I think that macro is important for us to think about as a region, competing with a lot of other regions, doing a lot of other sophisticated things, other industries. If we can amplify ourselves through these partnerships and build a coalesced type of vision and draw for the world, frankly, that's something empowering for the state, for our region, and each of our individual stakes. But let's think bigger picture, right? That's what it's about from my perspective.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys. And a great transition. So thinking of this vision, thinking of some pretty lofty goals we've got here. We've got in the consortium 21 founding members. We estimate $25 million in increased state tax revenue over the next 4 years. We estimate about 1,600 new jobs created through this effort. So that's the vision. Very lofty, very aggressive. That's what we wanted to start with. How does, when the rubber hits the road, what does this look like within the specific members? How are we partnering with universities to get this done? From a workforce innovation perspective, what does this actually translate into? Are we collaborating with universities to change curricula? Are we creating new job descriptions, as you mentioned, Kyle, that's a little bit more oriented towards intelligence? Can you give some examples of what that looks like today and maybe over the next few years?
I have the mic. I guess I'll start for efficiency reasons. So within First Solar's role, so we've been, I'll call it a relatively modest participant from the technology development and partnership standpoint and innovation standpoint, but still a very important part of the mission of this organization. One of the things that's been critical to our historical success, actually our DNA comes right out of the University of Toledo, but we continue to have partnerships helping to drive the curricula, as you mentioned, for areas that we believe are impactful, not just to our specific technology, that's part of it, but other things that could be scaled adjacently across other pieces of the industry, glass in particular, right? There's a lot of compatibility and intersection of glass coatings, and solar. They're kind of married in many ways. So that has an amplifying effect as we think about driving those particular programs, research efforts at the university level. Workforce development, a huge partnership relative to community colleges and trades, trying to bring those skilled trades into our organization, develop training programs that are targeted for us. And then passionate in my background, things didn't click for me as an engineering student until I went out to work in a co-op program from University of Dayton. all of a sudden things started to click. It all started to make sense to me. Why was I doing this? How could I apply this? And at First Solar, we've done a lot to build internships and co-ops, and that's one of the big things that I was excited about working with this consortium, is having that opportunity to target those types of STEM internships at different levels and different roles within our organization, but that start to help feed this entire vision to build that talent pool and really help younger individuals learn the skills that are going to make them employable, whether it's at First Solar later or one of the organizations sitting at the panel or somewhere else in this room. That's the idea, is to start to build that talent pool and take some specific steps to drive that development forward.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. So for me, it's a couple similar things. One is using the internship program to actually address some of the gaps that we have as an organization today. So I started doing this a year ago, even before we started getting some of the NOAC funding available for this. So if we're struggling to hire electrical engineers and process control people, I went out and tripled the number of interns that I have in that space. I go, if I have a bunch of interns, I'm going to find some good ones and going to be able to convert those into full-time positions. So I've already gone out and hired people that we started as interns into some of these positions that I was really struggling to hire for. So that's one thing that we've done. Another thing that we've done is there's 2 different programs that I think will really easily benefit everyone across the board of the NOAC membership. So one is on our furnaces. How do we actually help decarbonize our furnaces and reduce some of the energy intensity that it takes? So there's a number of different things that are out there that we go, there's different ideas that we have. Let's go out and do a study on one. Let's go out and create a program that researches, here's what we could take and implement in a cost-effective manner. And our goal over the next 4 years is to take that, prove it out, show that it works, and then share the technology with the other people that are within the group. So that's a way that we can take the dollars and the spend that we're putting in here and amplify that to actually get more benefit for our region, for our members, than for me just doing it alone and doing it within a silo and not sharing it with anybody. The other one is about AI and process control. So again, we want to run our furnaces in a more fuel efficient manner. And everyone that was mentioned this morning, everyone's terrified of AI. There's robots that are going to come in and sit at your desk and take your job. I go, I can't imagine anybody today if I said, well, let's run our furnaces the way that we used to. So if I said, hey, go out and do some research on this subject matter, is anybody going to go to the library and look up the research index cards and start flipping through those to figure out where they're going to do it? You're going to use your phone and do a Google search, and that's where you're going to start. The same thing in 10 years is with AI. That's just where you're going to start. And you wouldn't say, why on earth would you go back and use a Google search when you have this tool? That's all we're talking about. So figuring out how do we take that thinking and start implementing AI technology to actually run our furnaces and machine learning to run our furnaces. Understanding how we can actually create those programs, working with the universities to do pilots, we're developing technology that makes that a reality and then sharing that across the group. That's one of the key goals that we're going to have over the next few years.
Yeah, I'll just cover a couple things that haven't been covered. I think the skilled trades area, we've gotten well organized as a program, and really it's the area we've designed a program to satisfy industry. And that's been in conjunction with Owens Community College, our partner, plus some high schools, career tech and magnet schools, to help design that program. We're trying to figure out how to get that launched at this point. The other area, well, we've got, I think it had a long presence of solar research in the area. We've lost our glass research capability in the area. So that's been kind of bequeathed to Alfred University in New York and Missouri Tech. Those are really the only 2 in the US who do glass science research and glass scientist production. We're happy to be bringing that back to Toledo, Ohio area with a new glass professor and supporting graduate students. That is in the final process of being selected. So we expect that new glass professor to be teaching by fall. So that's fantastic news for the industry. And I'll add one more thing. When we said to the engineering deans in the region, and we have great engineering schools, including here at Bowling Green State University, when we said we wanted to add 60 new internships, watching them wring their hands and try to figure out how to do that was really enjoyable. And they've done a great job of stepping up to supply those.
Awesome, thank you guys. So getting back to our long-term impact theme here, let's look out, let's say 5 to 10 years here. Lately we've been thinking 1 to 4 years, but this has some incredible impacts that could come to fruition in the longer term, even beyond 10 years. Let's dig in a little bit more to the glass and the solar industry impact side. What does this mean for the glass and solar industries, for our state, for our country, globally? Can you speak on some of those impacts and sustainability, bringing intelligence into the process and into the way that we work? What does that look like for those industries specifically?
Well, I'll cover some high-level stuff, and then we can have Kyle and Lou get into the specifics. But as Kyle was mentioning, we want to make our furnaces more sustainable. And there's a number of ways we're approaching that through machine learning, through insulative technologies, through refractory technologies, and through recycling, right? When you recycle glass, glass is one of the materials that's 100% recyclable forever, never loses its value or its properties. In the U.S., we're not very good at recycling, but still when it gets to the multi-material center, we still send about 7% of it to the landfill because of its contamination and the condition and its size and all the other reasons. So luckily, we happen to be building a new multi-material facility in the area, and we were able to get involved with that and attempt to increase our recycle content by up to 7%. That should bring energy in our furnaces down by 3 or 4%. The artificial intelligence is expected to add another 4%. The insulative technologies, maybe 5%. That's a significant reduction in fuel cost and carbon. And then we do have a surface treatment program that's centered here at BGSU. They hide a great physics building just over the way there. I graduated from BGSU with a master's in business. I had no idea that physics building was there until I had a tour of it. But they've got some great physicists here, and they're going to be working on surface coatings, which is all about strength and weight. So that's another impact. If we can bring the weight down, that brings carbon down, brings logistics cost down, brings logistics carbon down, and makes our products better across the board.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. I wanted to expand on the recycling option as well, so I'm glad you brought that up. So if you look at the U.S. recycling rates on glass are abysmally low compared to Europe and a number of other places. And there's a number of things that drive that. And once you get the glass to the site, cleaning that up is important, but a lot of the times the glass just doesn't get to the site. Even in Perrysburg, where OI's global headquarters is, Perrysburg stopped recycling glass because of the cost and weight and things that go involved with it. In the U.S., landfill's generally pretty cheap, and the shipping distances are pretty long, so the economics of doing glass recycling a lot of times don't make sense. What we had talked about as a group is, with all of the glass infrastructure that we have here, where else could we be better at probably solving this problem than here in Toledo, Ohio? We've got all the different manufacturers, we've got recycler, processors, we've got end users. So in 3 weeks for Earth Day, we're gonna do a local blitz where we're actually trying to help solve some of this, where we say, okay, let's look at this and go, where could we put recycling bins? How do we get people to engage with those? What do we then do with it? And then how do we actually then say what's the benefit that we get from that? We know that the solution to glass recycling in the U.S. is going to be geographically based. So if you take a single point and put a circle around it and say, how do we solve recycling within this circle? If we can figure out how to get that right, that's then a model that we can replicate around the rest of the country. I go, that's the sort of solutions that we need to be providing here. So whether it's glass recycling or whether it's AI process control of a furnace or whatever it is, how do we take those ideas, work together here to solve some of these really complicated things? But then the real benefit is then replicate that in other areas. And if we can do that, the impact that we have is so much bigger than what we just have here in the local region. So that's what we're hoping to accomplish.
Thanks, Kyle. From the First Solar perspective, recycling technology been a part of our product offering and capability. We recycle in-house in every one of our manufacturing factory locations. A couple of the other specific things that, in terms of our advanced technology roadmap and how glass and innovation tie together, new semiconductor technology. We've just built a roughly $300 million, very large R&D center. The big portion of that is focused on a new thin film semiconductor technology called perovskite technology. A little bit of a fancy word, not here to make anyone feel non-technical. You can look that up on your own. That semiconductor enhancement is one piece. The physical glass characteristics themselves, also important, right? The Holy Grail is an incredibly thin, incredibly strong, low carbon piece of glass that can survive anywhere forever and cost $0, right? I don't know why you haven't supplied us that yet. We keep asking. Working on it, great. So, those are things where we're trying to enhance our product capability as solar goes more places, right? Texas, hugely expanding market. There's a huge industry issue around hail resilience. So a stronger solar panel that is inherently hail resilient is a great example of glass and solar needing to innovate together to deliver a solution that meets the market need. The other thing I want to say is, outside of First Solar specifically, and just, what is this consortium that we're all part of here? How can that help us collectively as an organization, as a region? We've talked quite a bit that, this was kind of the first time we put things together for a federal, national proposal. We didn't win it, right? And we kind of talked about it as a blessing maybe, because there's a lot of mechanics we're trying to sort out, right? We're crawling, we're walking to learn how to operate as a group, as a consortium, with the hope that we can run very soon, right? And what does that mean, right? That means that as you gain smaller and medium successes and your group and your region is recognized, that puts you in a really strong position to go after larger scale federal type programs and grants and funds. And again, that can help float all boats as we work together, industry, educators, economic development, et cetera. That's the sort of macro I see for this consortium as we move forward and look ahead to what our vision hopefully can accomplish for the region.
Awesome. Great job, guys. Great answers. Really appreciate your time. Maybe just a quick closing question here. And I did not prep these guys on this one, so they're really gonna have to get creative here. But I'd like to ask, maybe a little bit more personally, what are you most excited for in the region over, say, the next 5 to 10 years? What keeps you engaged? What keeps you really, coming out to these events and getting, sharing the excitement of what's going on in our region right now? If you could each share an example of that.
Yeah, from my standpoint, so I'm a dad of 3 kind of high school to 5th grader boys, and seeing this region develop and grow and something to be proud of, right? Everybody talks about it. It's a great place to raise a family. It is. I want it to be a great place to have a career and build generational capabilities and have that to be something that your kids and your family members and yourselves, right, can all aspire to as we grow as a region. I just took one of them down to Columbus for a basketball tournament over the weekend, and there's a data center every 2.5 minutes, depending on where you are in the Beltway, going around the city, right? And we've got one that's popping up on my drive here this morning, close by, but we're not yet Columbus in this region, right? We're not seeing that level of growth. It's good growth. What do you want for your families, for our regions, for our businesses, right? To have that thriving opportunity, see what a region can do when we come together. Again, there have been lots of examples of, individual or small, 1, 2, 3 kind of partnerships. It's, First Solar and University of Toledo, or, Company X and another, small partnership. But there's at an empowerment level when we can all do this together. And I think that bringing that to the region and finding ways to break through some of the barriers we've had and find ways to amplify the efforts that we're all putting forth, I think can have an exponential type of impact. And that's what I am really excited about and glad to be part of this group.
Yeah, thanks, Lou. For me, probably 2 things. So one, from a very selfish manufacturer standpoint, I go, if there's 4 companies up here and we're all trying to hire an electrician and there's only 1 of you, we're all gonna be bidding up the same job and 3 of us are gonna be disappointed. I go, the only way that we're all successful is if we attract more people and develop more people and build the right skill sets of people that we need in this region. So if we want to be successful, we have to do this. We really want to do this and have to do this. So I'm excited that that's where we're headed. We're actually doing those things. We're developing people and the skill sets that are needed. and then we can hopefully retain and keep those people here and attract more people here. So to me, I'm really excited at what that future holds. The other reason that I'm really excited about this is I moved here from California about 10 years ago, and I'd been to Toledo 2 times. So I didn't really know much about the region. But when I think about Toledo and what it offers, I don't think we're doing a good enough job of selling all those attributes. I go, yeah, it's affordable and it has, all those nice things. I go, but the great thing that you have here is accessibility to so many different things and the access that you have to the city and to people around. You can come here as a high school graduate and actually build a career and have essentially the American dream. Housing's still affordable. You can still get places. You can get into restaurants. I mean, there are so many things that we have to offer that we aren't telling people about. So we should have, Texas has an influx, a mass influx of people moving to it. We should have the same thing here. We're just not telling the same story. Paul Toth was telling me a story a couple years ago. He said one of the challenges with getting venture cap money into this area, he said if you go to California and you have 10 businesses that get venture cap money and 9 of them fail but 1 of them succeeds, all people talk about is the one that succeed. And he said if you do that in Ohio and 9 of them succeed and 1 of them fails, the only thing people talk about is the one that fails. We have to change that mentality. We have to tell people what we have going on, and we have to show off our successes because we have a lot of them. That's the sort of thing I'm excited about that gets me up and gets me moving in the morning. We're going in the right direction. We have so much to offer. We just have to continue pushing it.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. I was born and raised in the area, educated in the area, public school kid. University of Toledo, BGSU degrees. This area's been very good to me. It's provided one heck of a career. So my hope is that everybody in the future can have that same level of opportunity, that same level of success, no matter where you're from in the area, get a good education, have the available opportunities, and have a great career without even ever leaving Northwest Ohio. So that's my hope. I do want to make a final plug for the Center of Regional Development, and I know that's not on the agenda, but when I was a corporate guy, a career innovator, my job was to invent technology and keep it secret. I didn't get out much. And so when they asked me to do this, the folks who downloaded me said, call Nichole Fifer at the Center for Regional Development. She was my first call and answered it in a big way. And Nichole has assisted this consortium from the day it started with planning for asset events and strategy events and providing inordinate amounts of data and research. She was one of my most prolific grant editors and has been in this every step of the way since that very first phone call. I can confidently say that this consortium would not exist if Nichole didn't answer that phone call the way she did. So you have a real amazing gem here in the Center for Regional Development. So I would just ask you to appreciate it and what they do for the region as a whole.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again. Yeah, big thanks to Nichole. We couldn't do any of this without her. And thank you all for your support too. We're so excited to continue working with all of you. And yeah, thanks for having us.
Rodgers. Thank you. Thank you. Bam. All right. Well, thank you all. Okay, so we have 10 minutes here for a break, and then we will have our final event for the main conference, which is our workforce innovation panel discussion with lots of great topics yet to cover, and just a sneak peek at our local representatives who are going to be joining us. So stick around, have a 10-minute break, and meet us back at 11:30 or 15 after. Sorry. All right, everybody. I know the breaks are short. If everyone could get to their seats for our last panel, please. Do you guys want to rearrange? You want me to try to push this back? Yeah, you do that. Hello? Okay. All right. So for our final event, we have our workforce panel. And I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to our panelists. So moderating for us will be Donna Ennis, our keynote speaker. And sitting on our panel, we have, I'll just go in order from Donna here, we have Sara Swisher, who's Vice President of Talent and Workforce for the Toledo Regional Chamber of Commerce and Director of the Northwest Ohio Manufacturers Association, NOMA. She's also been my partner and co-lead on the Northwest Ohio Workforce Coalition work, along with Jeff Sprague from RGP, who I don't know if he's here, I haven't seen him, but Sara and I have been doing this together for several years, and I really appreciate her partnership on that. She's been leading the charge to expand talent pool and business in our region. She works collaboratively with community partners to connect employers with veterans, individuals with disabilities, returning citizens, youth, women, and seniors. In her previous role, she was director of EPIC, the largest young professional program in the region. She serves on boards for Connect Toledo, Toledo Zoo, and ProMedica. Sara is a graduate of Bowling Green State University. Next to Sara, we have Tricia Valasek. She's director of Raise the Bar Hancock County. Tricia brings years of nonprofit facilitation, project management, and strategic visioning to the executive director role at Raise the Bar. Valasek's background includes account management, fundraising, assessment, and program management. She is actively involved in her community, including serving as the board secretary for the Findlay YMCA. She's board secretary for the Hancock Historical Museum and a member of the Findlay Noon Rotary Club. And next we have Keith Instone. Keith is user experience consultant and director of community experiences for OhioX, a statewide trade association for tech. This semester he's also serving as an adjunct faculty member in the computer science department here at Bowling Green State University. Keith has been a longtime advocate for building regional technology ecosystem to support economic and community development. He earned his master's in computer science at BGSU and is founder of Tech Toledo. And last but certainly not least is Chris Singerling. Chris is the executive director of the Ottawa County Improvement Corporation. Chris leads the OCIC with a strong background in relationship development and management through his work in politics, public policy, and strategic planning to achieve mutually beneficial results. Chris serves on the boards of many organizations, including the Ottawa County Business Advisory Council, North Point Educational Services Center, Firelands Forward, NORED, and OEDA's Government Affairs Committee. Chris has also been very active in the Northwest Ohio Workforce Coalition as well. So thank you all for being here, and I will let you move forward. Thank you, Donna.
Right. Am I on? Can you hear me? Okay, well, let's jump right into it with the first question. I'm going to ask all of the panelists to answer this particular question. So we've been talking a lot about the future, looking ahead 5 to 10 years. How do you anticipate the nature of work evolving within this region, this regional ecosystem, and what key trends or forces will drive this change? So we're going to start with you, Sara. We're going to go right down the road.
Oh, thank you, Donna. And thank you so much for having us today. It's always a great day when I can be back on the campus of my alma mater and my hometown of Bowling Green, Ohio. So excited to be here and talk about this workforce development and what's going on here in our community. So Donna, I think you shared so many great points this morning about what we're seeing, and not only are you seeing it in Georgia, but you're seeing it across the country and even up here in the Toledo region. So retiring population. The population that's retiring has a lot of knowledge that is potentially being lost. So we're looking at how are we going to retain that knowledge. And then again, the population that, or the generation that's going to be filling those roles is a lot smaller. So businesses, employers are going to have to adjust and use technology to be able to ensure that we are, keeping the roles and everyone moving forward. Also remote work. So we talked about, talent can come from all over. There are no boundaries now. When we look at remote work, we're seeing some pushback from industry and maybe government, but we know that it's an opportunity for employers to get the talent from anywhere and any skills that they're looking for. And we know that the employees or the individuals also are really interested in that kind of flexibility. And then lastly, when we look at technology, skills are continually changing. So we're going to need a mindset of employees that are willing to continually learn new things and improve. And along with that comes making sure that industry and educators are really partnering and collaborating to ensure that the training and education programs that are being provided to individuals meet the demands of an ever-changing technology landscape with the employers, and that we do have the right skills for the individuals for the in-demand occupations here within our region.
Well, you can use that one. It doesn't matter. But I do want to add. Before we have a little microphone dancing going on here. But before we move to Tricia, I do want to highlight that institutional knowledge area, because that's a key area that I think that folks tend to overlook when we're talking about the workforce. Tricia?
So with Raise the Bar, we have the pleasure of being able to support individuals along that, what I call the cradle to career continuum, but we've heard it called several other things today. But within that, we're able to go into all of our employers throughout Hancock County and just listen to their needs. And it always comes back to the soft skills anymore. The ability to train individuals for what they need to do in the workplace seems to be the employers are owning that responsibility as themselves, but they're really looking to hire individuals who have come to them with these soft skills that they need from day one of childhood. And so we've been working a lot with the schools to introduce teachers for sure into workplaces. On Monday, I took one of our local school districts, Liberty Benton. They took a whole professional service day for their teachers and administrators and counselors. And we separated them into groups of 30. There were 4 buses. Each bus went to 3 different companies. And we embedded those teachers with everyone from health to transportation and logistics, warehousing, manufacturing, financial institutions. And they heard directly from those employers, this is what we need. And this is how the workforce is changing. And this is how we can all partner together in order to produce the type of employees we need. And it is so much of that soft skill about the accountability, showing up to work, taking every day in the classroom over those 12 years that they are loyal student occupants to figure out what does that look like in the real world. And so I can't echo Sara enough on what she just mentioned that we're seeing, but it's that learn to learn, as President Rodgers said. How are we doing that? And it all begins with this ecosystem of involving anyone who touches a potential employee or a current employee and further develops them along the way.
Thank you.
Thanks. So thanks for having the technologist up on stage to talk about that. I won't bore you with a lot of buzzwords and everything. I thought it was interesting that your video from 2018 included the phrase Internet of Things, a little bit of Ohio trivia. That term was invented by somebody at Procter & Gamble in 1999. So, Ohio has a role in thinking about these technologies and not just adopting them. So for me, I would just quote, Donna, your one phrase on your last slide, human-centered innovation wins. So it's about the technology, that makes what's possible, but unless we put it in the context of what we want to be, what we want to do, what do humans need, what problems we want to solve, then we'll actually be creating technology that makes things worse, not better, right? So yes, technology is important, but it has to be in context with soft skills, understanding, design thinking, and so on, if we really want to serve the public good.
Coming at this from the economic development practitioner perspective, I really think that when you look at everything that the RGP, Jobs Ohio, our universities, as well as Toledo Regional Chamber and other regional partners are doing around business attraction, the emphasis really needs to be on both talent retention and attraction efforts, and all the way across the board. Not just bachelor's degrees, but the skilled trades and everything that comes with that. We obviously have local students who are a perfect low-hanging fruit, I'll call it, in our schools to actually take advantage of that, making sure that they know what's here before they actually leave, and even if they do leave, come back, what's called a boomerang. But obviously those students, veterans is another group, I think, when you look at the military and the things that the government works in and on a daily basis in the Department of Defense and around the country or around the globe, you also have this opportunity with them to leverage everything they've already learned into our local workforce and integrate them into it. And the last thing I'll touch on in regard to all this is, there's articles being written, I will cite one from the Atlantic from last year about the Midwest in particular being the next boom region for a variety of different reasons. When you look at storms and rising coastlines in the southeastern U.S., you look at out west and droughts and the impact that has. Our Great Lakes have 21% of the world's fresh water. And 84% of America's surface fresh water. That stuff's going to be worth its weight in gold someday, in my opinion. And we have a great opportunity because we sit right on it. It also brings a unique quality of life. Our climate is pretty good most of the year, especially today. Nice spring day. But you put those things together, and that's why I think really positioning us for that retention and attraction. But we also have the assets already in place to help expedite that.
What I find interesting is that all four answers really evolved human-centered answers. Retention and attraction, how do you retain and attract? Your comment on being human-centered, soft skills, which is really critical, we see a lot of that, and institutional knowledge, all revolving around the human versus the technology. And so Keith, technology, from your unique perspective, what are the biggest challenges and opportunities that technology and innovation present to our workforce? How can we navigate them effectively? So the two of you are gonna, Sasha and Keith, do you want to go first? Okay.
Well, at the Toledo Regional Chamber of Commerce, we lead an industry sector partnership called the Northwest Ohio Manufacturing Alliance, also affectionately known as NOMA for short, and it is industry-led. So we're really looking at and hearing from our industry members and what their workforce challenges or opportunities might be, and then to build those solutions, we're bringing in other organizations that might support that. So it might be K through 12 education, it might be post-secondary, many of the schools here in the room, government agencies, support services like Cherry Street Mission. And what we're hearing from them is that as skills are constantly changing, it's really upskilling right now that we're looking at. So they're saying we're stable. There was a little time ago that they said, any warm body, we need them in here. They're at a point right now where it looks like, we're retaining talent, but again, it's that upskilling need, individuals coming in, technology is rapidly changing, and so we look at how are our education partners working with industry on that. In 2019, the Toledo Chamber with other economic development partners here in the region developed something called the Talent Alignment Strategy. And it showed us what are the most in-demand occupations and industries here in our region, and then aligned it with what is the education output for those roles in that industry. And that has really been a guide for us as we continue to convene those conversations around education and what industry needs to ensure that we're providing the training programs in the areas that are most in demand with the skills that are most in demand here for our region. We're also looking at how can we engage with that untapped talent. I know that Nichole rattled off quite a few things, but as we look to grow that workforce, as we have so many individuals retiring, we are looking at how do we specifically work with returning citizens and provide them with the training that they need. We currently have a program at Northwest Community Corrections Center so that we can get individuals as they return home straight into manufacturing careers as well. And then I would say, lastly, is really collaboration. So we've done so much with our regional workforce macro coalition here, and we're starting to get more into the practitioners with the micro meetings. So I just want to take a moment to thank everyone that has been involved in those convenings and is continually providing your input, your feedback, and really working towards those solutions. I hope that you find that time valuable. And I'd like to invite anyone that has not currently been in that room, but might be in this room, to participate in those moving forward if you feel like that would be a great place for you. So we're doing a little work here towards the end of the day. If you're able to stay, that's great. If not, we can take your contact information, but we just want to make sure that all voices are represented. We here in Georgia, the regional, the collective work that you're doing with workforce development, we're doing that here in Northwest Ohio as well. We just want to make sure you're in the room as well.
So challenges and opportunities around technology and innovation, right? So one is technology is changing fast. It's very hard to keep up. It's very hard to learn, even for folks that are in the technology business. It's hard to keep up with things. So that's one challenge. In Ohio, we have things like Tech Cred that help out and IMAP and those sort of things. So we're trying to keep up. But what I've hear from other folks as well. So for example, I participated in a statewide AI for education coalition that was coming up with a strategy for K through 12 education. And I was on the industry side, and the educator said, like, what AI skills should we be teaching this year and things? Should we be teaching prompt engineering, right? And for us in industry said, no, you don't teach prompt engineering because that's going to change really fast. But you need to teach people how to learn. You need to teach people the soft skills, the durable skills. And for me, the opportunity is combining them, right? So not doing the traditional, I'll play with my robot over in the morning at school, and then I'm going to take art class in the afternoon. You should be playing with your robot in art class and doing those together. So to me, that's the opportunity in order to be great at technology, is weaving it into all these other things that we're doing.
And so, Sara, let me just ask you another question around the upskilling, because we hear that a lot. I mean, everybody says upskilling. In your area, what are you seeing around upskilling? And do you have some programs or some examples of upskilling that has been really working?
Yeah, no, that's all right. I would say we have partners in the room here that are so flexible and ready to go to an employer and provide upskilling. So we appreciate that flexibility. I think being able to share that cross industry is what's going to become valuable. As the last panel was talking about, really standardizing that technician training. So that's a huge need here within our community. The exponential growth in that occupation is, off the charts. So as we're looking at that, I would say that is a big place that we're seeing a need for upskilling specifically. Yeah.
I was just going to add, from a technology perspective, it's not necessarily the automation side of it, but something else Georgia and Ohio have in common is U-Science, which is a career aptitude test. It started out for veterans, actually, going into the workforce, going into the private sector. But every school, I believe, in the state of Georgia, their students are required to take that test now. Ohio's #2 in the entire country with this aptitude test. in terms of participating schools. It takes all the NAICS coding from the U.S. Department of Labor and basically spits out 70 to 80 questions and tells each child not what you have to do in life, but what you're genetically predisposed to based on the way you answer these series of questions. So again, when we talk about the retention piece and keeping our kids here, let's make sure that they actually know what they might be good at and what jobs in this community, in our communities, they might actually be able to walk right into when they get out of school.
Awesome. Tricia, did you have a comment before?
Yeah, in Hancock County, we're using U-Science, and we have 9 of our 10 school districts using it. So we have thousands of data points among particularly our high school students, because the aptitude piece, the brain games involved, it really does take that maturity level to sit and finish some of those. But nevertheless, our data is reflected to what U-Science is saying nationally, where 7 out of every students have the aptitude for a career in computers and technology, but only 1 has interest. And so that is absolutely in line with what we're seeing nationally, and that means then we have people ready for your jobs that we're talking about today. It's now convincing them or exposing them to those careers so that they can say, oh, I never knew that that involves X, Y, and Z. So our whole job now is to change their interest by getting them out and involved with your companies and with higher education and seeing that pathway to it.
And I think that that's a really important point, because I was listening to the panel earlier when he was talking about STEM careers, and I think kids don't realize that STEM is everywhere. When we think of STEM, it has to be like hard science, hard technology, hard engineering, hard math. But most of our kids, if not all of our kids, are utilizing STEM every day and don't even realize it. So to your point, Tricia, you know, how we educate them and expose them, I think will help elevate the interest in it.
Right, and to me, again, I've been learning a lot. On the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce website, it describes STEM education as being more about problem solving and design thinking and collaboration and those things. So yes, if you think STEM education means that you're going to be in a lab pushing molecules around to cure cancer, that's one thing, but there's lots of other things you can do, starting with STEM and problem solving, and especially when you add in the technology part, you're going to have to build some of these solutions to solve the problems, not just use the ones that somebody else makes.
Absolutely. So Tricia and Chris, how is your organization and your industry adapting to shifts in the regional ecosystem? What strategies are helping to turn these changes into opportunities for growth and competitive advantage?
In particular, in Hancock County, we are very strategic about the types of partnerships that we have. And as any strategic partnership or industry partnership, you know, we're pulling in the education, we're pulling in business, we're pulling in policy, we're pulling in the social support services, because as people need to get jobs, they often need more wraparound services that are coming from the variables that affect everyone's ability to get to work to every day. Some people it's the childcare, some people it's the housing, the transportation, et cetera. So when it comes, though, to preparing people for jobs, it really does involve those intentional connections and conversations between education and employers. In Ohio, we do have a lot of business advisory councils. There's some that are required for the school districts. There's some at the college level in order to shape curriculum. But the more we can be intentional about what we're talking about in those educator and employer conversations, the better off we'll be. And to even say that what we're telling the K-12 Business Advisory Council, what they're saying to the K-12 schools, needs to be very similar and build upon that for higher ed and then build upon that. We don't want to have mixed messages. So we're always trying to look for how do we convey those messages, how do we convene those messages, and how do we then shape from there. So we have a lot of connection points, and it involves a lot of you in the room, actually. But we can't do those conversations without really thinking about, okay, what do we want our K-12 kids to be able to do, and then what do we need to build? They're coming in now to college with these foundational skills that I think colleges aren't aware that these kids were doing in high school or in elementary school, so how do we build upon that and then go forward?
Yeah, so in Ottawa County, our BAC has been around since, I believe, 2015. And it was very well organized when I walked in the door in the middle of 2020 and COVID. It was one of the first meetings I actually had in person with our business leaders and our educators. They had just started that year a skilled trades academy, which was pretty raw at the time for a couple of different reasons. Those kids didn't even see a graduation that year. This is now our 6th class. There's going to be 25 kids coming out of it. All of them have jobs from the minute they walk across the stage this May coming out of high school. But we also identified that with our career technical centers in Ottawa County, we do not have one. And so 3 of our schools were coming to the west, 2 are going down to the south, and 1 was going over to Sandusky County. And so what could we possibly do to make sure that these kids and our workforce pipeline was staying here in Ottawa County? And that kind of created this impetus in this conversation with the BAC. And again, this is the educators and the business people meeting 6 times a year to talk about what the needs are and educating the educators about what the needs are with the employers, connecting those dots, taking advantage of tools like U-Science. 3 years ago, we're in our 3rd year of our healthcare academy, which has 15 students in it this year. So we've got about 40 students now who are going to be entering into the local workforce. And then because of the work with Catherine Adams, who's here in the front row, head of all of our workforce initiatives, working with the state of Ohio, in August we will have the first ever hospitality tourism, soft skill, customer service curriculum in a high school focused around that industry because it's 30% of our county's economy. So kind of building on it, those are the 3 big pillars. But again, collaboration, there's a lot of great things going on regionally, but none of that stuff would have happened without our businesses and our educators meeting on a regular basis. Yes, the Economic Development Office was kind of the glue, if you would, or if you will, to kind of keep that together. But our county commissioners saw what was happening. They are instrumental in all this. Our new workforce hub, which will open up the doors in August in time for the school year. It's going to facilitate all 3 of these different academies. It'll be it's the old developmental disability school. It's a great story. But our JFS and the funding that comes from the state of Ohio through them has helped us get there. Catherine Adams, I mentioned before, Jessica Hoviak in our office, Nick Hendrickson, the instructor. The passion that comes from all those people and our community realizing the need and then everybody kind of galvanizing around that need, that's kind of what's gotten us to the point we are, and we're really excited about the direction that it's heading in.
So I'm a little intrigued about the wraparound services because I know that could be a whole nother conference, and so we're not going to get to. So to all the panelists, like how do you view and see and help solve the wraparound service issue that may be connected to workforce, child care, transportation? I know in Georgia, for example, in rural counties, the only way the kids can get to school is with the school bus. So the inability to stay after school for after school activities exists. That the inability exists. So Sara, what are your companies? Because you represent the chamber. What are some of the things you're hearing from your companies?
Yeah. Well, one of the biggest challenges when it comes to this for employers is that they don't know what they don't know, and our HR representatives don't necessarily have to be the experts in every single social or support service, right? So we're seeing our HR folks being, taxed with, I'm having car breaks down, transportation challenges, child care, benefits cliff, right? That's a big thing that we're working on right now within Lucas County. So many of these challenges. And, we always say, if there's a way in which we can alleviate some of that from you, please reach out to the chamber and we will get you connected and your individual to the appropriate support service that they might need so that you don't necessarily as an employer, as an HR representative, have to be the ones navigating that or casework for each specific individual. So we have phenomenal partners in our community here that can assist with that, from everything that I mentioned, from childcare to transportation to benefits cliff. You know, there's a program, there's support. Let us take that burden, if you will, off of you. So currently, I'm just going to call out Cherry Street, Michigan, because I know that they were here. I saw Carrie earlier, but we're working with them on a program called Work Advance, and I know Hancock County is doing Work Advance as well, but they're our partner, and they're working with our residents that are at Northwest Community Correction Center. So as they're individuals are trained and then coming home, they're provided one-on-one job coaching with a job coach at Cherry Street Mission. They're going to help them with setting up their resume, interviewing, and then any other support services they might need to remove any barriers so that they can go to work. Because we know that if individuals are coming home, if they get a job, they are more likely to stay home, to work, provide for their family, feel independent. So we really appreciate Cherry Street Mission as a partner that's able to provide those services and really make an impact here in our community and take off some of that work from the employers as these guys are coming home and getting employed.
Anybody else? Before I move to the next question.
I'll just add that Ohio is blessed to have so much funding and resources going toward services that support people getting to work, whether it's tech cred, whether it's IMAP, whether it's our Job and Family Services team having their pools of funding through WIOA dollars, and then you have all the nonprofits around the region. So, you know, some of the process is just figuring out where to send someone or which pool of funding to first draw from before you start drawing from the next, from the next, from the next. But Ohio, we have so many resources that I want to make sure employers are aware that if you find the right partner, we can help you navigate that for your team. And economic development does the same thing. And there's just so many programs. I think we have like 200 workforce programs, even at the state level, let alone then you drive that down to the local level. And we need to be making sure that those wraparound services are available, because so many of our people are just one paycheck away or one breakdown away from having to stop working, which then just trickles down into further issues.
Awesome. Okay, we'll start with Chris and work our way down. What concrete steps can the region take, what we can take as a region to foster innovation and better equip the workforce for the future? So what are we falling short, and what bold actions could make a difference?
I'm going to get up on the Business Advisory Council soapbox. So this was put in place by Governor Kasich during his administration, so it's been around for a while. To me, it was a brilliant strategy 12, 15 years ago by the state to basically force education and business to get together and talk about what the needs are in your local communities. I can't speak for everybody. Ours is very robust. We're actually a functioning 501c3 with a board of directors and 50 to 60 people that come to any given meeting. But if you're not utilizing this, if you're using it to check a box and say, yep, we did it, and then had a meeting and move on, you're doing your communities a disservice. The Business Advisory Council is the perfect place, and LEDOs, workforce people, being engaged in that organization and helping drive it, you're actually helping yourself. We're creating the workforce pipeline so that we can bring the next business with the RGP and Jobs Ohio to Ottawa County. Without that, we wouldn't. We've been a county of 40,000 people for 40 years. And so creating that workforce pipeline is what's going to be able to attract additional businesses to our community. But then you've got the regional partners, the Northwest Ohio Macro and Micro Coalitions, everything that the Chamber does, your local nonprofits. Our community foundation was actually the primary funding source for the first couple years of this program. And now we have a golf tournament and talking about other fundraising opportunities. But if you're not taking advantage of that operation, then you're it's there for the taking, and it's a great way to get everybody around the table to have a conversation.
So for me, with the tech perspective, the workforce innovation that I think we need to really double down on is cross-industry workforce efforts. I know, hospitals need nurses. We work with hospitals to get more nurses, but most of the tech jobs of the future, in the future, that I see are going to be cross-industry. So, for example, if we figure out that we need more cybersecurity people in the area, some of those folks will work for an IT company. Some of them might develop software, but probably they're going to work for a bank or for an insurance company or for a hospital or for BGSU. So if we really want to advance our level of tech skills and our tech workforce, we've got to work across industry and get that sort of collaboration happening. I know collaboration is hard. That adds another level to it, but I think that's how we're going to get ahead in the long run.
I personally think that we need to always keep in mind there's a short-term pipeline and there's a long-term pipeline. And that long-term pipeline is some of our most advantageous amount of effort that we can be doing, because when we can grow our own and we can keep them local, or we can at least draw from within the 100-mile radius that people tend to stay by the time they're age 26. There's a Harvard study that says 8 out of every 10 people that are working in your location are from within a 100-mile radius of you from when they grew up. 6 out of 10 are within 10 miles of where they grew up. So we really need to think about what does that long-term pipeline look like, and how can we systematically build steps into it, whether it's doing the aptitude and interest assessments, it's getting our teachers and our families, as Donna mentioned, wanting to get parents into these spaces to change perceptions. It's going to take that village of individuals to realize what industry is like today versus what it used to be even 5-10 years ago. It has evolved quite quickly. To everything that we're doing with the adult workforce and helping to make sure we have ways to upskill them, get them into jobs that they're excited about, that they want to show up for every single day. They find their purpose in that. And it takes each one of these steps in order to build the workforce that we need for our region.
Yeah, that was excellent, Tricia. So I think to sum that one up was do everything all at once, because we have to really be thinking of, all different sides of what is going to continue to build this workforce, strengthen it, and provide for the employers of today and tomorrow.
And I think that's the challenge, having to do everything all at once. If you've seen that movie, it's like everything all at once. And so as we close, did anybody have any closing thoughts that you want to share?
No, I knew I was going to leave somebody out but the career technical centers, our community colleges, the university system that we have across Northwest Ohio, they are all playing an integral role in this, so thank you all for everything you're doing. I think we all know we've got a workforce issue, and I feel like that all the organizations that need to be involved right now are doing everything they can. It's up to the rest of us to actually pitch in and figure out how we can be a part of it.
Awesome. Anybody else? All right, Nichole, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for staying with us.
All right. Well, thank you to our panelists, and that's the closing of our main conference session. For those of you who have registered, we are having a secondary lunch and engagement session. We do have about 20 extra lunches, so if you didn't register and you still want to hang out, we do have some extra seats. This session will be we're going to talk about the data that we've been collecting through the regional listening sessions around workforce and upskilling over the past 6 months through this workforce coalition, and then we will be doing a little bit of strategy building, thinking about what are the things we've been talking about today, what is our data telling us, and what are some things that we want to do to move this strategy forward in the next few years. So that is what is going to be happening. It's across the hall in the multi-purpose room. We'll start at 12:15. If you are staying, you do have to extend your parking if you haven't already done so. I'm going to put up a QR code right now. Thank you all for attending. Have a great day.